ingredient with 0 grams trans fat. It's quality protein to help power your family. Family fun. Powered by Tyson.
America's Funniest Home Videos. Weeknights starting at 7 on Superstation WGN. The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
We greet you from Milwaukee, Wisconsin for Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. We're indoors tonight, and while that fan would rather be at Wrigley Field, this place has been called Wrigley Field North. A lot of Cub fans make the trek about 90 miles north, and we're set to go Game 2 of this series as the Cubs look for their 3rd consecutive win as they take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Welcome to Cubs baseball tonight. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The offense has really gotten it going. 17 runs over the last 2 games, and the offense has been sparked by Alfonso Soriano. We're starting to see the Soriano of 2006.
Yeah, you talk about certain players that can carry a ball club on their shoulders for stretches of the season, and certainly Alfonso Soriano's had a lot of help from his teammates the last 2 games, but he is in one of those stretches where he is almost single-handedly carrying this ball club. 10 for his last 15.
Yeah, 10 for his last 13 with 3 home runs, and how about that swing? He'll break his bat, he'll still get a hit, and then a home run, a 3-run shot really gave the Cubs a lot of cushion last night.
Yeah, you really just get the feeling that Alfonso was pressing a little bit earlier in the season, trying to justify the big contract, coming to a new ball club, wanted to impress his teammates and the fans, and now he's just settled into the rhythm of the season and doing the things we knew he could do.
And the starting pitching has been very good lately. They've given up just 1 earned run apiece the last 3 times out. Ted Lilly has struggled a little bit. Good to see him get back on track tonight.
Yeah, Ted Lilly, it appears to me that recently he's had some problems with that big breaking ball. That was a real good pitch for him early in the season. You see what Ted Lilly did against the Brewers earlier this season. Hopefully he'll be able to duplicate that tonight.
Claudio Vargas goes into his start 2-0 at home, and he's 3-0 against the NL Central.
We saw Vargas earlier this season as well. This guy's a very deliberate worker. It's important that the Cubs offensively don't fall into that same slow rhythm.
Lilly and Vargas on the mound. We're set for Cubs baseball tonight from Milwaukee. Cubs and the Brewers coming up next.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Budweiser, the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Open up a world of taste. Comcast. Catch more Cubs home games in HD on Comcast Digital Cable. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV today. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play, play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
Everyone has their routine. It's the same old stuff. Nothing new. Well, it's time to shake things up. Put some bada bing into your day. Even pick up your heels. The cure for the everyday is laughter. So laugh it up with America's Funniest Home Videos. Weekdays at 3. Then get hit again. Weeknights at 7. America's Funniest Home Videos on Superstation WGN.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
Well, last night it was brats and Italian sausages. I guess soft pretzels tonight. Well, he's hogging the camera here. Cubs and Brewers fans trying to nudge each other out of the way. We're at Miller Park indoors tonight. The Brewers with the best home record in the National League, including a 10-5 record with the roof closed and the panels closed. Such is the case tonight. Cubs come in at third, 6.5 out. Milwaukee 21-11 overall here at home. Here's the Cubs lineup for tonight's game against Claudio Vargas. Brought to you by Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. Alan Trammell as the acting manager. Cubs are 2-0 with Lou Piniella currently on the suspended list. Soriano, PA, and Lee at the top. Ramirez, Floyd, Barrett in the middle. Terrio is Torres, and Lilly at the bottom.
And let's take a look at the Milwaukee Brewers defensively tonight behind Claudio Vargas. Kevin Mensch will take over in left field tonight for Jeff Jacobs. Bill Hall in center. Corey Hart over in right field. Ryan Braun, the rookie, at third base. J.J. Hardy at short. Tony Graffinino playing second base tonight. Prince Fielder, who hit a home run in the ball game last night, over at first base once again tonight. Damian Miller back in the lineup for Johnny Estrada. He had a rough night last night. And on the mound, right-hander Claudio Vargas. Talked about Vargas's previous starts against the Cubs. A very, very deliberate worker. Nibbles around the edges of the strike zone with a sinker, a slider, occasional changeup.
And Alfonso Soriano really took Felix P.A. under his wing in spring training. They're roommates in Chicago, and he likes having P.A. in that lineup. How about the numbers for Alfonso Soriano with Felix in the batting order?
It may not have all been for Felix's benefit that Soriano took him under his wing, because you see those numbers with P.A. in the lineup. Soriano has really flourished.
So we're ready to go. The right-hander Claudio Vargas against Alfonso Soriano. And the first pitch misses the inside corner. 1 ball, no strikes. Hunter Wendelstedt in his 9th year. Born in Atlanta, Georgia, works the plate. Randy Marsh at first base is the crew chief. Swing and a miss. Bob, we talked last night about Prince Fielder. Plays as far away from first base as any first baseman in the game today. And with Soriano's speed, he's pulled in a little bit, but a long way from the bag.
That was somebody with maybe lesser speed than Soriano. He will play that far off the foul line, but play much deeper as well.
I was talking with Prince before the ball game, and he said Dale Swain said how many right-handed hitters are going to hit rockets past a first baseman right down the line. So they really overshift on the right side of their infield, and they had their second baseman Graffinino played almost up the middle. That bounced up there. Dale Swain, the bench coach to Ned Yost.
It'll be interesting to see how the Brewers pitch Soriano in the remainder of this series. He got a lot of pitches out over the plate and down, which is in his happy zone. Ned Yost talked about it after the ball game. We pitched right into his strength last night. If Vargas is going to try to stay away from that, you should see some fastballs in, breaking balls off the plate away. That one down in the dirt away. Soriano hitting out of that extreme close stance. He stands very close to home plate. He uses a big bat, has tremendous plate coverage. We've seen him pull pitches off the outside corner back to left field. See if the Brewers try to jam him in on the hands, especially up above the belt.
Three balls, 2 strikes, a wind and a pitch. And it's twisting foul on a play down the right field line. PA batting second again, then Derek Lee leading the league in batting average and hitting .515 against the Brewers this year. Pretty good numbers for Vargas. This is his 12th appearance, his 11th start. And while we showed you the numbers this year against the Cubs, not very good. He has not lost against the Central. He's 3-0. The pitch drilled into the left center field gap for Soriano. Make that 11 hits in his last 14 at bats. Wow, is he hot. Came in at .316. His average continues to climb. And his batting average, his on-base percentage, and his slugging this year all above his career numbers. Well, he has really started to turn it on.
We speculated that perhaps the Brewers would try to change their pattern against him, but they don't in this at-bat. Fastball outside corner. Because he stands so close to the plate, the outside corner is actually the middle of the plate for Soriano. And he jerked that one back to the gap in left center. Good start for the Cubs.
Well, here's Felix PA, a couple of games since returning from AAA Iowa, and he's 3 for 10. Pops up the bunt, and it's caught by Braun.
One thing about Alfonso Soriano, I mention it all the time, he's a great low ball hitter. He has tremendous plate coverage. The high leg kick, the foot comes right back down. I mean, that pitch is maybe a ball off of the outside corner, and he's able to hit it back to left center field with authority.
So PA failed in his attempt to move the runner to third base. Now it's Derek Lee, still leading the National League at .357. Finally the pitch, and it's fouled away. Bob, I noticed the second base umpire, Bob Davidson, is in an interesting spot. Now, Tony Graffinino, as he looks toward home plate, he has a very thin lane between the second base umpire and the pitcher. Are there times where a fielder asks the umpire move over a step or two?
Oh, absolutely. There are times a hitter will ask the second base umpire to move one direction or the other to get out of the background of the delivery of the pitcher. And umpires are very accommodating. They don't want to be noticed. They try to position themselves such that they can see all the plays that are necessary, but yet not be involved in the play.
Well, Graffinino, when that last pitch was thrown, he shuffled to his left a little bit, and by the time the ball was to the plate, he was directly behind Davidson.
And certainly anything hit to Graffinino's left toward the hole between first and second, he's going to be screened momentarily by that umpire.
Soriano dancing, and he just got back in time. Well, Alfonso has been picked off multiple times, but that happened really in the first month of the season, and Vargas almost got him.
You know, sometimes a scouting report on a pitcher will say he only looks back to second base one time, and it looked like Soriano was trying to time up that turn of the head back toward home plate and break for third, but that particular time Vargas looked back a second time. Fortunately, Soriano able to get back in.
Fouled away. Still 2 strikes on Derek Lee.
I mentioned that Vargas is a very deliberate worker out there on the mound. Somebody with quicker feet and maybe a little more aware and a little more plugged into the ball game may have been able to spin around and pick Soriano off, but it just looked like it took Vargas a moment to recognize what was going on at second base, and by the time he got the ball to Graffinino, it was too late.
Soriano with a leadoff double, and PA popped out on a bunt attempt. And time called. So we're seeing that deliberate nature of Claudio Vargas with runners on base.
And Derek Lee did the right thing, partially just to break the rhythm and start the at-bat over again, but also to protect his base runner out there at second. When that pitcher takes that long to unload the ball, there's a possibility that one of the middle infielders is sneaking behind that base runner, so Derek Lee has to protect Soriano if Vargas takes too long to get rid of the ball.
Vargas is set. Long look at Soriano, now the pitch. Another foul.
Talked about how the Brewers have been pitching to Soriano in this series, and everybody pitching Derek Lee the same way this year, just trying to stay away, force him to hit the ball to the opposite field. Fastballs away, breaking balls away. Usually when pitchers come in on Derek, it's off the plate inside.
Even with that out by PA, the Cubs are still 13 for their last 25 with runners in scoring position. They have come through in big spots the last couple of games. And another step off. Well, you get to the point where Damian Miller is going to go fastball away.
Some flashcards or something.
Do it again. Got it? Okay. A step off and a throw.
Well, we know he's not waiting for rain.
It shouldn't be a problem tonight.
Yeah, another day, a lot like yesterday. It's a little cooler today, but dreary gray skies all afternoon here in Milwaukee. And as we got close to game time, the sun popped through, shining through the windows on the first base side of the field.
Another long pause and an 0-2 pitch. A ground ball pulled foul. Now, Bob, if a catcher gets a little frustrated with his pitcher that he's taking too long, he can't show it, right? Behind the plate, his job's to make sure that pitcher's comfortable, correct?
Well, but there's a way to do it. I mean, if you've got a guy on the mound that's shaking off everything you're hanging down there, and it's slowing the game down to a point where you think it's hurting your team defensively, I know a lot of teams will add and subtract. You'll see the pitcher rub his glove above the belt to add signals or below the belt to subtract signs. That way the catcher just puts down a suggestion. I want to see a fastball, and if the pitcher goes above his belt twice, you add 2 to that. Fastball's number 1, 2, 3. He wants to throw a slider. That way it's on the pitcher to move the game along a little bit, call for the pitch that he wants to throw. And it becomes especially problematic with that runner at second. As you saw, Damian Miller had to go through a whole sequence of signs, and when Vargas shakes off, you have to start all over again. I'm convinced that there were pitchers during the course of my career that wanted to throw anything other than what I put down there. Even if it was the right pitch in the right situation, they figured if I called for it, it must be wrong. I'm going to throw something else.
Well, there have been examples, right, where you call for a fastball, they shake it off. You call for a slider, they shake it off. You call for a changeup, they shake it off. You call for a fastball, they like it.
Yeah.
Right? It was the first sign you gave them. 2-2 to Lee. Boy, what an at-bat by Derek Lee. He's been extremely patient, not only fouling off pitches and taking non-strikes, but waiting in between pitches. Unbelievable. I like it. Three and 2 on Lee. Ramirez on deck. We're in the first inning. tipped into the glove for a strikeout.
Vargas's theory is to just outlast the hitters, get them tired from holding the bat in the batter's box. That time he sneaks a fastball by Derek Lee. He took almost 35 seconds between pitches right there and has done that pretty consistently between every pitch he's thrown.
Now Ramos Ramirez, a 5-game hitting streak during which he's gone 8 for 19, made a terrific, huge defensive play last night. And he drives that ball the other way. It's Corey Hart, however, to make the catch. So Ramirez lines out. Promising start with a Soriano double. No runs. Brewers coming up.
Oh, honey, I told the neighbors we'd feed their pets while they're away.
Oh, okay, sweetie. Oh, no. Ooh.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly one of Southwest Airlines' 7 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way with a 7-day advance purchase.
You are now free to move about the country.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? Carol serves the salad, the breadsticks in the middle, and the soups as different as we are.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch, just $5.95, only at Olive Garden.
Like I said, we live in a society where the individual ego and the group dynamic are in constant struggle.
Response?
Yeah, I have a response. What?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
Now, see, if Geico.com had taken that approach, instead of telling everyone it's so easy a caveman can do it, I wouldn't be having an existential meltdown right now.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Chicks. Dig.
It's awfully hot in here.
Becker.
Someone has been working out.
Becker. Watch him operate 5 nights a week.
Late nights on Superstation WGN.
This is the 25th anniversary of the Brewers winning the American League and the 50th anniversary of the Milwaukee Braves winning the World Series. Let's check in on the Brewers starting lineup. Corey Hart's a right fielder. J.J. Hardy having a great year offensively. He's very good defensively as well. Ryan Braun, the rookie third baseman. It's Prince Fielder at first base. Hall in center, Mensch in left. Damian Miller, the former Cub, back of the plate. Another veteran, Tony Graffinino at second. And Claudio Vargas hits ninth.
Let's take a look at how the Cubs take the field defensively tonight behind starter Ted Lilly. Brought to you by Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. Soriano in left, PA in center. Cliff Floyd with a big pinch hit base hit in that 5-run 7th inning last night. He'll play right field. Ramirez is Torres, Terrio, and Lee across the infield. Michael Baird once again behind the plate for the left-hander Ted Lilly. Lilly got banged around a little bit his last outing. 7 innings pitched, gave up 7 hits and 6 runs against the Florida Marlins. He did strike out 9 batters, but as I mentioned earlier, had trouble with that breaking ball early in the ball game. The big overhand curve.
And his first pitch of the night is a strike right on the inside corner against Hart, who had 2 hits, an RBI, and a stolen base in the opener. The Ted Lilly fan club is watching tonight. We got an email. He said, yes, we're absolutely watching. Yes, we're wearing homemade Ted Lilly jerseys. And no, we're not in our parents' basement. The Ted Lilly fan club.
You've got mail.
It's Len and Bob at AOL.com if you'd like to send us an email. Little dribbler hit foul. Nice barehanded play by the left-hander Rich Hill in the Cubs dugout. The lefties always hang together, right? Marshall and Hill.
Although before the game today, Jason Marquis and Rich Hill were playing catch on the warning track, working on curveball rotation.
You know, that's a good point. When pitchers play catch, they actually go through their windup, and Jason talks a lot about every ball he throws like he's pitching. Keeping that good good delivery that he likes to repeat. I'd like to catch Rich Hill's curveball on the warning track. I'm sure that's fun.
thought it was interesting just to see Jason Marquis playing catch as aggressively as he was today. A lot of times the day after a guy starts, it's kind of an off day. You just play a little catch in the outfield just to knock the rust off of the throwing arm, but then you wait until your side day to really air it out.
Hart airs it out deep to center, but Felix P.A., who was very aggressive, taking balls off the bat in batting practice, running down the gaps, makes a catch for the out. Well, we talked a lot about Marquis last night. Jason fought through heavy traffic for the entire night. Allowed 2 runs in 5 1/3, only 1 earned. And maybe the best night, very quietly, of the year for the Cubs bullpen. Marmol, Ullman, Wirtz, and Dempster were outstanding. 3 2/3, only 1 hit, no runs.
And if you blink, you miss the bottom of the 9th inning. Ryan Dempster came in. What did he throw? 6 pitches to get 3 outs in the 9th inning. It was a very quick bottom half of the 9th.
Now J.J. Hardy, 16 home runs already, 47 RBIs. Michael Wirtz. An inning and 2/3 last night, faced 5 hitters and retired all of them. (3-0). Ted's gone through a rough stretch his last 2 starts. 11 1/3, 13 hits, 10 runs, 10 earned runs, 11 runs overall, and 4 home runs. There's a strike, 3-1. He went 2-2 with a 218 in April, 2-1 with a 466 in May. Swing and a miss. Boy, very aggressive J.J. Hardy on a pitch that was clearly going to be ball 4.
A good hitter's count, 3-1. He's obviously anticipating fastball. Ted Lilly throws him a slider down and in, and Hardy swings right over the top.
Back he comes on a 3-2 and a ground ball base hit through the hole on the left side.
Marquis needed some help from his defense last night in the first inning with the bases loaded. He gets a ground ball to short. The Cubs are able to turn that double play with Johnny Estrada slugging down the line. And then again in the second inning, David Bush, the pitcher, taps one back to the mound. Marquis to Barrett to Derek Lee. The old 1-2-3 double play. You got to love those.
Now Ryan Braun, the rookie third baseman, batting third right in front of Prince Fielder, who leads the league with 20 home runs. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
Yeah, we talked about it at length in the ball game last night, but it bears repeating, talking about how the lineup turns over. You always have to keep an eye on J.J. Hardy and Prince Fielder, the 2 big sources of power in the Brewers lineup. Try to keep the guys off base ahead of them.
Short lead by Hardy. Big leg kick by Lilly, and it's low. If you missed the news yesterday, the suspension for Lou Piniella for his actions on Saturday, he got a 4-game suspension. So this is game 3 of that suspension, and Alan Trammell, the bench coach, is the acting manager. And Lou will be back in the dugout on Thursday night in Atlanta. Lined in the center. Back-to-back hits in front of Prince Fielder, who hit his 20th home run in game 1.
That is almost a carbon copy of the base hit that Braun got in his first at bat of the ball game last night after a J.J. Hardy single. Braun went right back up the middle of the field. He's a good-looking young hitter.
Well, that's the reason he's here, is for his offense. Now it's Fielder, tied with A-Rod atop the home run list in Major League Baseball with 20 already. That ball came back up. They've got a shot. The throw is a little bit offline. The ball came back up and actually hit the batter after it got away from Barrett. And it's a wild pitch on Ted Lilly, his 4th of the year.
It looked like that was going to be a good bounce for the Cubs. Hits Michael Barrett in the mitt, the chest, the shoulder, ricochets off of Prince Fielder and drops right down. Unfortunately, his throw is to the foul side of third base. Ramirez can only receive the throw, can't get a tag back on the runner.
By the way, Prince Fielder against lefties this year, hitting .293 and slugging .507. Way up in the air to center. PA getting set. Hardy tagging. It's not that deep. Here comes a throw toward the plate. They've got a shot, and he's safe. He did touch the plate. Michael applied the tag. But the home plate umpire, Hunter Wendelstedt, had already made the call, so it's 1-0 on the sac fly. Good throw by PA. Did really all he could. But Hardy simply beat it. Lou's watching from upstairs tonight.
That's a strong, accurate throw from PA. Unfortunately, he just couldn't stay behind that ball enough to get a little more momentum. Michael does a nice job of blocking the plate, but J.J. Hardy looked like he just did get a piece of the plate with that left hand. Michael drops down there, and right there, J.J. was able to get in underneath the foot to get his hand on the plate before the tag.
So that wild pitch comes back to hurt the Cubs. And the Brewers get on the board first. Bill Hall moving up a couple of spots tonight, hitting behind Fielder. Last night he hit 7th. On that sac fly, Braun moved from second to third. He knew that throw was going to go to the plate. For Ted Lilly, it's the first time in his career he's pitched here at Millard Park. Beat the Brewers earlier this season at Wrigley Field. Special assistant Ivan De Jesus along with Alan Trammell, and Alan said, you know, Lou hands me the lineup. We make out the lineup before the ball game, and then as a coaching staff we manage the game. He has praised his fellow coaches. He said, you know, I defer to Larry certainly on the pitching moves, and we discuss all the other moves that come along with it, but there's no communication between the suspended manager and the bench coach during the ball game. And Alan Trammell's done this before as a former manager of the Tigers, and said also got a good look at the National League when he was a coach with the San Diego Padres. Of course, his entire career as a player was spent in the American League before interleague play.
I think any manager, whether it's a full-time manager or an interim manager, relies heavily upon his coaching staff. I mean, those are the guys who have their finger on the pulse of the pitching staff, or the guys that carry the bats up to the plate. They're the guys that spend an inordinate amount of time studying those defensive charts, the spray charts. Where does a guy hit balls in certain counts, and position your defense accordingly. So any manager is going to rely heavily on his coaches.
You know, it's interesting. Allen played 2 decades in the big leagues, all with Detroit. His career ended in 1996, which was a year before interleague play began. So the only time he played in a National League park was in the World Series in 1984 in San Diego. That was it.
And that park's not even in the league anymore.
That's right. He did get to be at Wrigley Field during the All-Star game. That's a walk. First one given up by Lilly. Oh, when Larry came out last night, good things happened in the aftermath. Those double plays. Don't need a double play here. You just need to get a third out.
Well, he also could be reminding him about Kevin Minch. We talked about the incredible stat last night. In 127 at bats, Kevin Minch has reached first base via the walk 1 time. and it was an intentional walk. Numbers like that, it tells you right away you do not need to throw this guy a strike to get him out.
That's not a misprint. The average and the on-base percentage only 2 points apart. And that intentional walk happened in the opening series of the season against the Los Angeles Dodgers on April 4th. That's over 2 months ago. It's June 5th. Taken for a strike. Already a 25-pitch first inning for Ted Lilly. Curveball didn't curve a whole lot. His first inning is starting to mirror just about the entire night for Marquis last night. A 1-1 pitch. Moved his hands but didn't find the strike zone. 2-1. Miller would bat next. It's low. 3-1. Ted has shown terrific command. Came in with 15 walks, just under 72 innings. And of his 28 pitches, half have missed the zone tonight. Popped him up on a 3-1. And Lee makes a catch to end the inning. They strand 2, but they score 1. And lead 1-0.
More wings!
No way he'll be in first thing tomorrow.
Only Alka-Seltzer relieves your upset stomach, heartburn, indigestion, and headaches, so you're good to go in the morning.
You're late.
Alka-Seltzer brings you back.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
If a Cubs player hits a homer today, write down the distance and player's name and send it to WGN TV. You could win 2 round-trip tickets to any Southwest Airlines destination. Every time they get close, within arm's reach, just a breath away, Jack Bauer is always one step ahead. No one can catch him except you. Catch 24 Saturdays at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Caution, professional toolman at work. He's fully trained to handle dangerous situations. Like 3 kids, 1 wife, and now. Remember, don't try this at home. Home Improvement, weekdays.
Weekdays at 5:30 on Superstation WGN.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports from Milwaukee is brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
J.J. Hardy, a single and a walk, or a single and a run in the first inning for Milwaukee. So the Cubs find themselves trailing as Cliff Floyd will lead off the second. First start for Cliff since last Wednesday. Had been bothered by a ribcage injury, but he came on last night as a pinch hitter and ended up with a game-winning RBI. It was a big 7th inning for the Cubs last night. They scored 5 times to take the lead and win the game. Vargas on a 1-0. Fastball for a strike, 1-1.
Cliff Floyd with good numbers against Vargas in his career. Only 8 at-bats with 3 base hits, 2 doubles and a home run.
Michael Barrett, Ryan Theriot to follow. Yeah, all parts of this ballpark are very reachable, particularly for a guy like Cliff Floyd, who can hit him a long, long way. Two-one on the way. Looked at that for a strike. 2-2. The Brewers are the only team in baseball that has used just 5 starting pitchers. The Cubs will not face Ben Sheets, nor will they see left-hander Chris Capuano in this series. Jeff Suppan will be on the mound tomorrow against Carlos Zambrano. Called strike 3. So Cliff did not pull the trigger in that at bat. And Vargas with his second strikeout.
It's kind of surprising. Cliff is another guy I would classify as a good low ball hitter, and he took 1 pitch low out of the strike zone and then 2 called strikes down near the knees over the heart of the plate. Those are balls that he normally would really put a vicious swing on.
So it's Michael Barrett. In his return to the lineup, missed a couple of games after that dugout confrontation with Carlos Zambrano on Friday, but back in the lineup last night. Took a big walk to start that rally in the 7th inning, stole a base and scored a run. The stolen base was actually a hit and run, but the pitch to Mark DeRosa almost hit him. It was up and in. And it was interesting. I know you were in there, Ron Santo and the coaching staff, talking about when you are geared up for a hit and run, you're thinking, and you're more aggressive. All you're thinking about is making contact, and it's tough to get out of the way of a pitch.
It's kind of the last thing that enters your thought process when you've been given the hit and run sign as a hitter. You just want to make good solid contact, preferably on the ground, preferably behind the runner, but you just want to hit the ball hard on the ground somewhere. And when you see that ball coming right for your nose, it's sometimes hard to react to that pitch.
We will probably see Coy Hill matched up with Big Z tomorrow. The 3-1 hit deep to center. Bill Hall going back. He's at the warning track, and he's going to make the catch. Sounded good off the bat, and it just stayed in the yard.
Mentioned Bill Hall with 5 errors on the season. He made 4 in his first 11 games, only 1 since. He's taking much better lines to the ball. That time just turned and ran to the warning track in center field. It's there in plenty of time to make the catch right in front of the wall and straightaway center.
It's 5 in a row sent down by Vargas since the double to start the ball game from Soriano.
And that's not an accident. I mean, Bill Hall has worked extremely hard on becoming not just an adequate center fielder. He wants to be a good center fielder. Certainly he's athletic enough to be a good center fielder, but it takes a little while to get used to the ball coming off the bat, the different angles, the spin on the baseball as it gets out there to center field.
You know, Bill Hall has not yet really gotten hot into the ball game tonight at 263 with 6 home runs, and I'll be interested to ask him if he feels physically as good as he felt when he was an infielder. Boy, as a center fielder, you have to use your legs a lot more. I'm sure that's a big adjustment for him just in his overall performance.
But then by the same token, the runner at first base doesn't go out to center field and try to knock you down on an attempted double play.
That's right. This is Corey Hart, and the Cubs go down quietly in the second. It's Milwaukee 1, Cubs nothing.
Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging, an original old world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Wait, DQ put the cone in the soft serve? Yet they can't give me a face. Oh, the irony. The new Caramel Waffle Crisp Blizzard Treat at Dairy Queen. With crunchy waffle cone pieces, caramel, and chocolate chunks. Do one.
I work to close the deal. And Monster works for me.
Monster has the most sales jobs on the web. Go to Monster today and find the job that works for you.
Free root beer float. Sonic's got it, others don't. Nothing says summer like a cool, frothy Sonic root beer float. Get one free this Thursday, June 7th from 8 p.m. until midnight, because Sonic is even sweeter after dark.
For my sport, the only sunscreen is Coppertone Sport.
It's non-greasy, so I won't lose my grip.
And it doesn't run in my eyes, no matter how hard I sweat.
Coppertone Sport, high-performance sunscreens.
From the night I went to the prom by myself to my 18th birthday party where all my ex-boyfriends showed up. It's all right here in the diary of me, Moesha Mitchell. Occupation, teenager.
Her name is Brandy. Her show is Moesha. Her message?
Follow your own star.
Weekdays at 5 on Superstation WGN.
Hey, great to see about 50 members of the Chicago Cubs front office who came on a big road trip. A couple of buses came up from the north side and are enjoying the ball game tonight. Popped up by Damian Miller. And the catch made by Ryan Terrio, Mr. Chicago. Joe Rios in attendance here. He's very popular in Milwaukee.
He's popular everywhere.
Haley and Leo and the crew up here tonight. Get well wishes to David Knickerbocker from the Cubs marketing staff. He badly injured his back. David, we hope you're feeling a lot better. Tony Graffinino, I don't know if that ball hit him or not.
Looked like he fouled it off his face.
Yeah.
Fastball that kind of ran up and in, and he still attempted to put down the bunt for a base hit and fouled it off his right cheek. Ouch. Got a real good look at that one. You know, that saying that we tell young kids when they're playing Lily, keep your eye on the ball. Don't mean it that way.
He took it literally. The 0-1 from Lily. Beautiful curveball for a strike, 0-2. Graffinino platooning with Craig Counsell at second base because Ricky Weeks is on the disabled list. Weeks has right wrist tendonitis. He had surgery on that wrist last year. So Graffinino and Counsell, who began the year platooning at third base, now move over a couple of defensive positions on the infield. The 1-2. That's deep. Soriano's going to watch, and it'll go. Tony Graffinino, just a second home run, and it's 2-0. That's 5 home runs allowed by Ted Lilly his last 3 starts, including tonight.
After a nice breaking ball for a called strike, Ted Lilly comes back with the same pitch in the same location. Graffinino all over it the second time around. That's pretty much a no-doubter. You hit the ball square in this ballpark from the gaps toward the foul line, you've got a real good chance to get it out of here. As I mentioned, just about the same pitch that he threw on the pitch before. This time Lilly knows. He left that one up just a little bit too much. Would have been better served to bury that ball in the dirt right there. And that's the inconsistency with that curveball that I talked about at the open of the show. Early in the season, it seemed like he could drop that curve in for a strike whenever he wanted. And lately, he's left some of them up in the strike zone. He's missed down low when he hasn't meant to miss down low. Just doesn't seem to have the same fine control of that pitch.
Missed again on the curveball. 2-2. Vargas, a career .077 hitter. One of his 2 hits, an extra base hit this year, a double. Had to move his back leg out of the way. And it's full 3-2. Back to the top after Vargas, as Corey Hart is on deck. Busted bat ground ball. A lot of time for Aramis Ramirez. Throws him out. I mentioned earlier the big defensive play that Aramis Ramirez made last night. This was one of the bigger defensive plays of the year for the Cubs.
Saved at least 1 run, probably 2 runs. I mean, this ball is behind him when he makes the play. Reaches back toward left field to make the catch and then able to get to his feet quickly with a strong throw across the infield and get the out.
Offering inside, 1 ball and a strike on Corey Hart. Raffanino with a home run, stretching the Brewers lead to 2-0. They have scored 3 runs or fewer in 14 of their last 20. In their last 3 games, they've scored twice, 3 times, and then last night 2 times. So you hope they've found their limit already. He doesn't want to let Hart off the hook with J.J. Hardy next. The pitch. The Cubs beginning the night 6.5 behind Ned Yost's club. The Brewers started the year 24-10. They've gone 8-16 since, but they've only lost a game off their lead in the standings. That's pretty amazing. They led by 7 when the stretch started, as Hart's going to deposit that one into the left field bleachers. Well, just like that, it's 3-0. 76 home runs for the Brewers as a team.
A lot of deep counts for the Brewers hitters already in this ball game. This one comes on a full count pitch. It was down, but it was over the heart of the plate, and Hart just golfed it into the bleachers in left field. Cubs need to find a way for Lilly to get ahead in the count so he can pitch out of a position of strength and expand that strike zone. When he falls behind in the count, gets to these hitters counts, you're seeing the aggressive swings that the Brewers are putting on some of these pitches.
Going inside on Hardy. So the pitching coach and the acting manager discussing things in the visiting dugout. Tap toward third, and it's going to go foul. Well, the other thing the Brewers offense does, it relies very heavily on the long ball. Over 43% of their runs have come via the home run. That's the second largest percentage in Major League Baseball. Only the Reds have relied more on the home run, just about 45%. And when you're hitting them, that's fine and dandy, but I think the problem has been for them when they haven't hit the home run, they've had difficulty manufacturing runs.
Which is a little surprising. They do have some good speed up and down this lineup and some guys that seem to handle the bat pretty well. We talked about it a little bit last night. Sometimes as a skipper, you can get caught up too much in the home run ball. You know you have guys in the lineup that can hit the ball in the seats, and you don't want to run into any outs on the bases and run the risk of eliminating your own base runners just being too aggressive. I think if they went into a protracted power slump, you'd see Ned Yo start to push some buttons over there in the dugout and play a little more hit and run, maybe send some of his faster base runners trying to steal bases.
Another long inning for Ted Lilly. 50 pitches on the night. And another full count. A deep breath and ready for a payoff pitch. Here it comes. Floyd coming over, makes a running catch. That was a long, long run for Cliff Floyd, and he was able to get there and cut it off to end the inning. A couple of home runs in the frame by Milwaukee, and Cliff Floyd keeping them from continuing it. It's 3-0.
What up, P?
Yo, I got an idea.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hey, Cubs fans, keep your eye on the ball. Every time a Cubs player hits a homer at Wrigley, you could be a winner. It's the Southwest Airlines How Far Did It Fly Home Run Contest. After every Cubs homer, write down the distance along with your name and address and send it to WGN TV. 10 winners will receive 2 round-trip tickets to any Southwest Airlines destination. For every Cubs homer, ask yourself, how far did it fly? From Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the Chicago Cubs.
Scrubs. They're overworked.
Dr. Reed. I'm not sucking my thumb.
Underappreciated. Socially inept.
Are you planning on making this worth my while?
And on call 5 times a week.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Tonight at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
A home run hitting team leaving the yard a couple of times. Tony Graffinino and Corey Hart with solo shots. What do we got here? A new baseball. Is Torres asked to look at that baseball?
I believe he did.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes a pitcher will go out and warm up with the baseball, take his 8 pitches between innings, and when the catcher throws the ball to second base, it'll short hop into second base, and unless you're paying close attention, that ball will end up back in the pitcher's hands to start the inning. And I think as Torres saw that ball bounce into second base, decided he wanted Vargas to start the inning with a new baseball, and here we go. You're going to have to turn on the vent fans if the Brewers hit many more home runs here. Indoor fireworks.
A little hazy right now. Swing and a miss by Cesar. 2 strikes. He tied the game with an RBI single in the 7th last night. Well, they might have to open the panels. Get some of the smoke out of here. I thought this was a no smoking facility. Called strike 3. Wednesday, June 13th at 7:05. The Cubs will battle the Seattle Mariners. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive an Ernie Banks number 14 cap. Compliments of Ballpark Franks. We got to get our hands on one of those.
I think so.
It's a great cap. Ted Lilly fouls it off. A lot of work to do here to get back into this game, but the Cubs again have scored 17 times the last 2 days as they try to get to Claudio Vargas. Check swing foul into the dugout. Who got that one? Almost hit Felix PA. I think the hitting coach Gerald Perry had to make a great play to keep the Cubs top prospect from having to take that foul ball. Nice job, Felix. He's going to stand behind the coaches. Ground ball to short. Gobbled up by J.J. Hardy. 2 down.
We know Felix PA has great speed and quickness. Watch him react on this one. Hey, look out. He disappeared. You always want your 25th guy on the roster. Whomever that might be, when you see that foul ball sizzling into your dugout, you'd rather see him get hit than one of your star players.
Soriano now 11 hits in his last 14 at bats. Fouled at the plate. Cubs better get going here. Rich Rupp will not be the bat boy tomorrow. The Cubs clubhouse staff. He has been borrowing Darrell Ward's batting helmet.
Well, Rich Rupp said he's looking to tie Tom Otis Hellman's club record of 3 straight wins as a celebrity bat boy. Rich Rupp with 2 in a row.
Did he pay you to call him a celebrity?
I don't know what else to call him. Interim bat boy.
There you go. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So since the double in the first, no base runners for the Cubs.
America's Funniest Home Videos. Weeknights starting at 7 on Superstation WGN. Get into some serious monkey business. Funniest pets and people. Tuesday night on Superstation WGN.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore, Washington, and Washington Dulles International, maybe this will. Unlike other airlines, our low fares don't have hidden fees.
You are now free to move about the country. They've always brought you great rooms at great rates. And now, the experts at Hotels.com are the first to bring you flexible booking, which lets you change or even cancel your reservation without any fees from us. So you don't have to worry if your plans change. And with the lowest price guaranteed, you never have to worry about paying too much. That's what flexible booking is all about. Just log on or call our certified experts now to find out more. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
Sometimes all you need is Advance Auto Parts. Now through June 30th, all air filters are 25% off. Save gas, save money. breathe easier. We're ready in advance.
3-0 Milwaukee. Ted Lilly has had a tough time navigating through this Milwaukee lineup. He's given up 4 hits and a couple of home runs. Braun, Fielder, and Hall now due up for the Brewers in the last of the third. And I think more troubling actually than the way Ted Lilly's pitched is Claudio Vargas has been very comfortable tonight.
Taking a lot of time to contemplate every pitch he delivers. I talked about it a little bit in the open. Offensively, you don't want to fall into that kind of a slow-moving rhythm of the ball game. If you don't feel he's working quickly enough, you need to step out of the box, get back in there, and hope he's ready to pitch when you get back into the box. But the longer you stand there and wait, the greater the tendency is for your muscles to start tightening up. You start squeezing the bat just a little bit more. You lose your focus on what you're trying to do up there at the plate.
That ball struck well, but it's going to be caught as PA, I think, thought that ball was going to carry more than it did. Had to make a diving catch.
Line drive possibly with some topspin, maybe even a knuckleball line drive out there to center field. Slicing away from PA, kind of measuring his steps, and then has to leave his feet at the very last instant. I think you're right, Lenny. He looked like he thought that ball was going to carry better than it really did.
Felix not real happy with himself, but he did make the grab, and again he was very busy during batting practice. Fielder right center, out toward the wall, and it hits the middle of the fence. He's racing towards second, the tag, and safe. Just got in. 15th double of the year for Prince Fielder. He hits the ball very hard.
Ball makes a loud noise coming off of his bat. Fastball inside part of the plate. Lightning quick swing for a big man. And handball with that right center field fence. Dotted the eye in bingo. Nice play by Cliff Floyd. Cubs defensively were preparing to set up that double cutoff to third base, and when Floyd got to the ball so quickly, his Torres had to backpedal to second to try to apply the tag.
They have really squared up on Ted Lilly tonight.
Yeah, we may be about one more hitter away from seeing some activity in that Cubs bullpen. You'd like to believe that a veteran starter like Ted Lilly could figure it out and regroup and get back into this ball game.
Ramirez looks back Fielder and throws out Hall.
Prince Fielder is deceptive in a lot of ways. I've talked about his quick swing. He runs really well for his size. Pretty good defender over there at first base. And an aggressive head first slide into second.
I'll tell you what, I know you'd stand in there if you were a catcher and he came barreling in, but I wouldn't want to.
Well, it's tough to get. I mean, the idea as a catcher is to get low center of gravity. How do you get lower than Prince Fielder? You have to lay down on your stomach.
He literally has a tough time stopping, and you know he's had a couple of collisions.
Yeah, we saw one with Johnny Estrada earlier this season, and it was kind of an awkward play, and Estrada got his legs chopped out from under him. But Ed Yost said at that point, people don't win collisions with Prince Fielder.
That's a fair ball, kicks past Ramirez, and Fielder can take his time scoring. As Kevin Minch doubles, and it's 4-0. It is not Ted Lilly's night tonight. And at some point soon, either he or the bullpen's got to stop the bleeding and just give the Cubs offense a prayer to get back in this game.
Well, there is reason for encouragement the way the Cubs have scored runs recently, but you can't let the Brewers score every inning. That was another breaking ball, belt high over the heart of the plate.
Mensch was about halfway to third base when that ball crossed home plate.
I just tried to time Ted Lilly's delivery, figuring he's not going to pay any attention to me back here at second base, and did have a good jump. However, he didn't have a very big lead to start with, so Mensch slammed on the brakes and stays in scoring position.
Ground ball, and it's under the glove of Ramirez. Picked up by Soriano. Here's a throw to the plate, cut off by Lilly. 5-0. It's a single for Damian Miller.
Second hop just gets by Ramirez underneath his glove on into left field. Nice try by Soriano. Not quite sure why Ted Lilly's the cutoff man in the middle of the infield on that play. The pitcher's supposed to be backing up home plate in the event of an overthrow, but no harm, no foul.
Again, Lou and Civilian close tonight with Alan Trammell managing the club. Tony Graffinino, still no action in the Cubs pen. 5-0. Here's a pitch. Cue shot. Foul.
Well, and I think the ground ball out by Bill Hall kind of gave Ted Lilly a little bit of a reprieve in this inning with 2 outs. I'm sure Alan Trammell and Larry Rothschild were hoping he could get that last out somehow before the Brewers caused any damage, but unfortunately that has not been the case. After 2 outs in the inning, we've seen a double by Kevin Mensch and then that single through the glove of Aramis Ramirez at third base.
One in the first, 2 in the second, 2 more in the third. As we said before, as troubling, maybe even more so now, being down big, is that Claudio Vargas has had his way with the Cubs offense early on. But last night, the Cubs put up a 5 spot in the 7th as they knocked Dave Bush out of the game and then continued to do well against Brian Schaus and Matt Wise. There's the first strikeout of the night for Lilly. But they had 2 runs on 3 hits. And it's 5-0 after 3.
Have you enjoyed a Budweiser lately? Because I can only describe the smoothness you'll get from Beechwood aging. I can only tell you about the choicest hops. But if you really want to understand what makes Budweiser the king of beers, you have to taste it. Just taste it. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Where does it hurt? New Elite liquid gels can make it better.
My neck has been getting really painful.
With a sore back, it's hard to paddle.
My knee is where it hurts.
Now for the first time, liquid speed meets Aleve strength. In new Aleve liquid gels, all-day relief for painful joints, backs, and muscles.
My knee's nice and happy again. It's nice and loose.
I didn't even think about the pain.
I can focus on that rock.
Where does it hurt? Aleve can make it better liquid fast.
Free root beer float. Sonic's got it, others don't. Nothing says summer like a cool, frothy Sonic root beer float. Get one free this Thursday, June 7th from 8 p.m. until midnight, because Sonic is even sweeter after dark.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Cub fans win great Cubs prizes in the Bud Light Ultimate Cub Fan Sweepstakes. Look for specially marked 24 packs of Bud Light, Budweiser, and Bud Select. You could win a number of great prizes, including the grand prize of 2 Cubs season tickets for the 2008 season. Bud Light and Chicago Cubs baseball, always worth it. Tall mountain to climb for the Cubs, but there is still a long way to go. We're only in the 4th. Good part of the lineup here, PA, Lee, and Ramirez against the right-hander Claudio Vargas, who's 28 years old, 6'3", 220 pounds. Good start, base hit.
You know, Len, I'm sure we'll be able to find out after the ball game. I'm curious as to whether that at bat in the first inning by Felix PA, you may recall Alfonso Soriano led off the game with a double. PA tried to bunt him up to third base and pop the ball up to third. I'd be interested to find out if he did that on his own or if that's a sign that came from the bench. I would assume that the Cubs would much rather see PA do what he did right there. Look for a pitch you can pull to the right side of the field. Ideally, you get a base hit. Soriano comes around to score. If not, you've got runners at first and third, or at least one runner at third and one out. Most managers don't like to give up that sacrifice bunt in the first inning of a ball game, especially after a ringing leadoff double. Go ahead and swing that bat and find a way to advance it by hooking the ball to the right side.
Well, I know one thing. We're not going to see any bunts in this inning. Now with the heart of the lineup up there, and the Cubs down 5. Derek 4 for 11 against Vargas. That includes a strikeout in the first inning. Missed again, 3-0. It'll be interesting to see if Ted Lilly will go back out in the bottom of this inning. No outs right now. Haven't seen anybody get up and start throwing in the bullpen. So we'll keep an eye on it. There's a walk. First 2 have reached. So it's Ramirez with 2 on and no outs.
This is exactly what the Cubs need. A big inning, get some runners on base. Ideally, somebody down here in the middle or bottom of the order pops one, puts the Cubs right back in the ball game. There's a natural tendency when you fall behind early in the game for everybody to try to want to be the hero, hit the big home run. But the reality is you need base runners. You need to put some pressure on the defense, some pressure on that opposing pitcher. And that's when he's more likely to make mistakes and give up home run balls.
And Ramirez clubs it deep, right center field. Corey Hart calling and catching. PA's going to tag. Lee's going to go back to first. They're at the corners with 1 out. Ramirez gave it a ride, but not far enough.
Looked like it had a chance off the bat. That ball's on the outer third of the plate. Ramirez put a nice swing on it, but when he sees Corey Hart breaking it down, getting ready to make the catch in right field, Ramirez breaks it down as well. Derek Lee goes halfway. PA goes back to tag up immediately. Still a great opportunity here with the Cubs. Runners on the corners with only 1 out.
Cliff, he did not take the bat off his shoulders in the second inning. Caught looking on called strike 3. Not that time, however. A single to left, and the Cubs are on the big board. It's 5-1. Do you think Cliff said to himself after looking at 5 or 6 pitches in the first at bat, I don't care what he throws me the first pitch next time around, I'm swinging.
Well, it's hard not to swing at that pitch.
Yep.
A fastball belt high out over the plate. Almost a replay of the base hit that Cliff Floyd got in the 7th inning last night to drive home a run. It was a hard ground ball through the left side. The Brewers were shifting over toward the right side a little bit, and Cliff found the hole on the left side.
6 RBIs for Cliff against Milwaukee among his 22 on the year. Terrio on deck. 2 hits, a walk, and the first run here in this 4th inning. As the Cubs try to crawl their way back into it. Kick and the pitch. Good cut by Michael.
I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing activity in the Cubs bullpen. Granted, there is 1 out in the inning, and we're still 3 hitters away from that 9 spot. But should this rally continue here, you'd like to have the option of pinch hitting for that pitcher spot if you have a chance to put some more runs on the board.
Vargas has a sign from Miller. And a 1-1 is on the way. 2 balls and a strike. Claudio Vargas is the youngest of 12 children. 7 sisters, 4 brothers. Signed with the Florida Marlins when he was 16 years old. When he was 15, he was converted from an outfielder to the pitcher's mound. Fidgeting around with that baseball in the glove. And Barrett hits it foul, 2-2.
That fidgeting, as you called it, could almost be interpreted as a balk out there. I mean, once you come to the set position, you can't start and stop your hands once again. You can't move that glove. You can't move your arms unless it's the beginning of your delivery to home plate. There's been a couple of pitches where Vargas has come up into the set position, and as you mentioned, the glove is moving, his arms are moving.
Vargas from Valverde Mao, the Dominican Republic. Trying to find the grip, and 2-2. I think it's because what the Cubs have done offensively the last 2 days, but I don't feel like this game is anywhere close to being over. Might need to sprinkle in a 3-run homer at some point, but they're finally getting to Vargas. Inside, 3-2. But it works both ways. You not only need offense, you need the pitching for the Cubs to, at some point, as you said, put up a 0 on the board as Milwaukee's at the plate. They haven't done it yet. Lee at second. Floyd is the runner at first.
It's kind of doubtful that the runners will be in motion here. A lot of times on a full count, 1 out, you will start those runners. I think trailing by 4 runs, however, Alan Trammell's going to play a little more cautiously.
They are not running. Golfed high in the air, left center. Medium depth. Mensch took a look at the center fielder Hall and had the best shot at it, made the catch. 2 outs.
Hey, Cub fans, on Thursday, June 14th, the Cubs battle the Mariners at 1:20 on Culver's Day at Wrigley Field. The first 10,000 fans will receive a 1914 Cubs hat. Compliments of Culver's Restaurants. Culver's Restaurants, taste how much we care.
Are they going to bring some custard?
I sure hope so. Like we need it.
Well, we want it. Isn't that the same thing?
Pretty much. What we need is a gapper right here.
Yeah. Swing and a miss by Ryan Theriot, 1 strike. And he start at second base tonight. Cubs have gotten on the board on the Cliff Floyd RBI single. Trying to get some more.
Now with the lead, Vargas working almost exclusively away. Just about every pitch in this inning has been from the middle of the plate away to both righties and lefties. Cliff Floyd's base hit, you'll recall, was a fastball away. He lined through the left side.
Another one wide. Well, Theriot doesn't mind that pitch. His natural swing is going to take the ball the other way, and actually a little surprised Prince Fielder, as far off the line as he will play, he gives Ryan Theriot a lot of room down that first base line. Three and one. Pretty drastic home road splits. So the pitcher and catcher will talk about things. I was thinking about Damian Miller. You got to figure he's probably the only current major leaguer whose home ballpark is named after him.
Damian Miller, a native of La Crosse, Wisconsin. I think every player at some point in their career would like to go back and play for their quote-unquote hometown team, and I guess for Damian, the Brewers are that team. Spent some time in Chicago, Arizona, Oakland.
They're loaded. Ball 4. Two walks in the inning. Mike Maddox, the older brother of Greg, is going to make a trip to the mound with his tourist, the scheduled hitter.
Yeah, Mike Maddox out to slow down the pace of the game just a little bit.
While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
These doctors are on the cutting edge of comedy. Catch a full hour of the Emmy award-winning series Scrubs, weeknights at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Three Cubs on the bases. Tying run at the plate. Cesar is Tourist, a switch hitter. Struck out looking in the third inning. And here's the pitch. To right, Corey Hart drifting back a couple of steps. That's the end of the inning. The Cubs do get one, but that's it. Ted Lilly's going to head back to the mound. Hopefully he'll be better than he's been early on, 5-1.
$500,000 up for grabs. One wicked sting going down. Quentin Tarantino's Jackie Brown.
Saturday at 3 Eastern on Superstation WGN. The tears, the talent, and the outtakes. American Idol Rewind. Saturdays on Superstation WGN.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits. Sweet. Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
I work for the challenge, and Monster works for me.
Monster has the most IT jobs on the web. Go to Monster today and find the job that works for you.
So what are we in the mood for? I'll know it when I see it. Okay, well, I think I just did.
Try our new stuffed pasta with shrimp, filled with 5 Italian cheeses and a creamy garlic seafood sauce. Or new stuffed pasta with sausage, starting at $9.95 at Olive Garden.
It's your turn to play catch in the outfield, run the bases, or relax in the dugouts of beautiful Wrigley Field. The Hey Dad Want to Have a Catch event, presented by Motorola, is coming up Saturday, June 23rd. Limited tickets are still available by logging on to Cubs.com. All proceeds benefit Cubs Care, a fund of the McCormick Tribune Foundation. Well, the Cubs did get one in the top of this inning, but you kind of left that inning feeling like they should have had more against Vargas. Ted Lilly has given up at least one in every inning.
Hopefully this inning will set up well for him with the pitcher Vargas leading off. Ideally, you've got one out, nobody on base as you go to work on the top of the Brewers order.
Charged by Ramirez. One out. All right, has this ever happened to you? I have a great WGN Sports windbreaker on, but by virtue of what it is, it's not real heavy. I put my hands in my pockets earlier in the ball game and I heard a whoosh, but I can't find the rip. Have you ever done that? I did something here. I'm just not sure where it is.
Might have been the Velcro on the sleeve.
Maybe that's what it was.
I think that's probably what it was.
I hope you're right. Now it's my pullover, the top. Not my pants.
WGN doesn't issue us official pants.
No. WGN logo trousers. Part of the deal. Swing and a miss as Corey Hart strikes out. Called that like it was a called third.
Throw it over your shoulder. Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see him do that a whole lot more with Ted Lilly out there on the mound.
Hardy's 1 for 2. Theodore Roosevelt Lilly, his great-grandfather, worked for the president. So Ted is actually Theodore Roosevelt III. His grandfather, his father, and he all named Theodore Roosevelt Lilly. Two balls, 2 strikes. Now, I used to be able to race through the presidents. You know, whatever that thing is in your mind where you kind of piece it all together and you do it in like, 45 seconds. Can't remember how to do it. Nice play by Derek Lee, and the throw to Lilly. They got the out. Ted Lilly's going to give a high five to his first baseman. Great defensive play by a Gold Glover, and Lilly got over there quickly. Perfect throw from the seat of his pants. 5-1.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Just because I'm a foster kid doesn't mean I'm a lost cause.
I have the potential for greatness.
Some people have an attitude about me because my parents have problems.
Give me a chance.
Do something to help me make it.
Make foster care better.
Don't write me off.
Foster kids are our kids.
So you'll let me test drive your network, and if you're not the best...
We'll pay for your calls.
Really?
You're good. America's most reliable.
Well, we'll see about that.
Caution, professional toolman at work. He's fully trained to handle dangerous situations. Like 3 kids, 1 wife, and Al. Remember, don't try this at home. Home Improvement, weekdays.
Weekdays at 5:30 on Superstation WGN. America's Funniest Home Videos. Weeknights starting at 7 on Superstation WGN.
Five to 1, the Cubs are trailing tonight. Ted Lilly leading off the 5th inning. He worked his first 1-2-3 inning and first scoreless frame in the 4th. Theodore Roosevelt is our 26th president. Back at the beginning of the last century. Did you ever do that? Do that list of presidents, like the mnemonic device that you use to quickly go through all of them? At one point, I was pretty good at it, but I had no idea how I worked my way through.
What grade might that have been when you would have been asked to do something?
I think I might have even been out of college at that point. It was just something fun to do on weekends.
Oh boy, I wasted my weekends.
Yeah. Bouncer back to the pitcher.
Speaking of wasting a weekend, hey, music fans, the Dave Matthews Band is coming to the Alpine Valley Music Theater August 25th and 26th. Brought to you by Live Nation and part of the Bud Light Concert Series. There are tickets still available. For tickets, visit livenation.com or call Ticketmaster at 312-559-1212. Bud Light and the Dave Matthews Band, always working.
Back to the top now, and Alfonso Soriano. Well, we might have to ask for an email from somebody on the way to go through all the presidents in like less than a minute. I know somebody out there knows. One ball, no strikes on Soriano. Driven to the left, but not terribly deep as Minch hauls it in. Cubs lead the all-time series 74-72, and they've been pretty good here at Miller Park. 30 wins in 55 tries. Len and Bob at AOL.com. I usually got stuck kind of in the late 1800s, early 1900s. That's where I would slow down generally. Then I would pick it back up as you got to FDR and beyond.
I remembered it just long enough to get through the test.
PA started the 4th inning with a single, would later come around to score the first and to this point only run.
Wouldn't it be great if they graded in school, like you rate ball players? If you're a 300 hitter, that means you get 3 hits and 10 at bats. That's good. You would have been a heck of a student if they graded on that scale.
If you got 30% of the answers correct, that would be An A?
Works for me.
Yeah. Now I'm cheating. I'm looking at the list, but like the Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, that area, I would get a little stuck. Pick it back up around Herbert Hoover.
Garfield was a cat and Hayes was Woody that coached the Buckeyes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's how you do it. To left, sending Mensch over toward the line. Not too much room down there. Maybe a Teddy Roosevelt fan.
Hey, Bugsy. This is my town, say.
Hart moving over, can't get it. PA on his way to second. He's going to stop there with a double. Not going to push it with 2 outs. Second hit of the night. He has half the Cubs base hits. Soriano with a double, Floyd with the RBI single, and PA 2 for 3.
Boy, this ball is hit sharply to the gap in right center. Looked like Hart had an angle on that ball initially, but PA hit it so hard that Corey Hart couldn't get over there and cut it off before it reached the gap. And look at the speed. I'll tell you, when you're a fast runner, there is no reason not to run fast. If Corey Hart mishandles that ball at all in right field, if he misses the cutoff man on his throw back in, PA would have been on third base.
Popped up by Derek. Slams the bat down right near the plate as Fielder makes a catch. 2-out double, no runs, still 5-1 Brewers.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
We fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther with more than 90 daily flights from Chicago Midway to these cities.
You are now free to move about the country.
Wait, DQ put the cone in the soft serve? Yet they can't give me a face. Oh, the irony. The new Caramel Waffle Crisp Blizzard Treat at Dairy Queen with crunchy waffle cone pieces, caramel, and chocolate chunks. Do one.
It's a big world, and it's my job to shrink it. I'm a model maker. We shrink buildings, we shrink landscapes. I make it really small. So when my doctor said that my going and going was because of an enlarging prostate, I said, how can we bring it down to size? He said, Avodart. He said, Avodart's different because over time, it actually shrinks the prostate and improves urinary symptoms over the long term. Other medicines don't treat the cause because they don't shrink the prostate.
Avodart is for men only. Women should not take or handle Avodart due to risk of a specific birth defect. Tell your doctor if you have liver disease. Rarely sexual side effects, swelling, or tenderness of the breasts can occur. Only your doctor can determine if your symptoms are from an enlarged prostate and not prostate cancer. So have regular prostate exams. Ask your doctor about Avodart today. It's your growing problem. It's our job to shrink it. Avodart.
Homicide Life on the Streets, weekdays on Superstation WGN.
Ted Lilly, it's been a grind for him all night. His team trails 5-1. Bottom of the 5th. All right. A Ted Nugent fan in the house. Crushed. Absolutely smoked. And gone. Braun with his 3rd home run. It's 6-1. knocked out once it left the bat.
Our first look at Ryan Braun in this series, and he comes as advertised. This young man can hit. Good quick swing, can wait on the ball a long time, and another breaking ball that just kind of spun up there over the middle of the plate by Ted Lilly.
So if I told you before the game the Brewers were going to have at least 3 home runs, but not one from Hardy or Fielder, I'd be a little surprised. It's been Hart and Graffinino and Braun. Check down at third, no swing. As Fielder was trying to get out of the way, but the bat partially through the zone.
Starts the bat and then tries to get out of the way. That's a good idea for Michael Barrett to appeal right there.
Scott Ayers up in the bullpen. For the last 3 times out, Ted Lilly allowing 5 earned runs each of his last 2 starts, and 6 runs already tonight. Nick Leva, former Phillies manager, their third base coach. Ted's ready for a 2-2 to Fielder. Busted bat, bobbled by Ramirez. A throw to first in time.
Ramirez going with a little bit of a different look tonight, has his pants hiked up just below the knee, showing a lot of blue sock.
So Rami going old school tonight. Here's Bill Hall. 1 out, nobody on. Strike 1. Ground ball, backhanded play by his tourist. Sets, throws, and gets him.
Better breaking ball that time from Ted Lilly. Got that ball down low in the strike zone. Gets the desired result, a ground ball, and his Torres with a nice backhanded play for the easy out.
Here's a pitch to Mensch. High in the air to right. Long run for Derek Lee. Cliff Floyd caught by Lee, and that would have been a fair ball. In fair territory, made the basket catch, running away from home plate. Leadoff home run from Ryan Braun, and it's now 6-1 Milwaukee. Another nice defensive play by D-Lee.
Every time they get close, within arm's reach, just a breath away, Jack Bauer is always one step ahead. No one can catch him except you. Catch 24 Saturdays at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits.
Sweet. Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
There's always something to remind me of another place and time.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
$500,000 in cash up for grabs, and one wicked sting about to go down. Pam Grier, Samuel L. Jackson, and Robert De Niro.
Is she dead? Pretty much.
Quentin Tarantino's Jackie Brown.
Saturday at 3 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Here's our Honda Civic Games summary at 6-1 Milwaukee. They've used the long ball tonight. Graffinino, Hart, and Braun have gone deep off Ted Lilly. Tonight's Honda Civic Game summary: get performance and save gas. Test drive a new Civic at your Honda dealer today. Ramos Ramirez leading off the 6th. 3 of their infielders on the left side of the infielder. Only guy on the right side is Prince Fielder. Now, Angel Guzman's arm's been acting up a little bit, and I think one of the reasons why Ted has gone as deep in this game as he has is because the Cubs wanted to stay away from Guzman if possible. And Fielder makes a catch. So Ramirez is out. We're seeing a lot of frustration from the Cubs hitters tonight.
I think a lot of it is due to the fact that, at least in this instance, Ramos Ramirez got a pitch he thought he should have done something with. Got under it just a little bit. It could have been a hard hit ball to the left side. Ends up a pop up to the right side. Just dropped the back shoulder a little bit.
It's been a long night for Ted Lilly. Low for ball 1 on Floyd. Cliff with an RBI hit in the 4th. Happy birthday. Deep to right field, and Cliff got all of it. 6-2. Home run number 3 for Floyd. Was a screamer to right.
Cliff saw a lot of pitches in that first at bat before taking a called strike 3. His second at bat, he jumped on the first pitch he saw, went the opposite way. This time he waits for that meatball in the middle of the plate, and he does not miss it. That ball was crushed to straightaway right field.
Barrett 0 for 2 on the night. Well, Lou met with both Michael and Carlos after their fight in the dugout and then later in the clubhouse on Friday. And the quote from Lou Piniella and Kerry Muscat's story on Cubs.com, quote, "We had a nice talk today. Everybody's on the same page. I think what happened is a thing of the past. It's over with." And Lou added that Coy Hill will catch tomorrow, the day game after the night game, but that Michael will catch Carlos again this year.
Look at the location of this pitch to Cliff Floyd. I mean, that's belt high middle of the plate. That's every hitter's dream pitch right there. And after seeing a lot of pitches in his first AB, Cliff sees that fastball just hanging right there in the middle of the zone for him and does not miss it.
Fielder can't get it as Barrett dunks it into right. Mike Maddox coming out. Everybody will certainly anticipate Zambrano's first start since the incident coming up tomorrow. We'll have it for you right here on WGN Sports, 1 o'clock Central Time. Zambrano against Jeff Suppan, who will look for his 8th win. Carlos Villanueva up for Milwaukee. Runner at first, one out. It's Ryan Theriot, who flying to right his first time, then walked his second time. We'll keep you up to date on other games going on around the major leagues. There were 4 National League games last night. The road teams went 4-0. So not one home team got a win last night. Earlier today, Atlanta in a doubleheader against Florida, one game, won 3-1. The Marlins have a 5-1 lead in the top of the 9th of Game 2 tonight. Phillies and Mets tied 2 apiece in the bottom of the 10th in New York. Pirates 7, Washington 6, top of the 9th in D.C. Here it's 6-2 Milwaukee. As a sign from his catcher. The kick and the pitch. 3-0. Reds and Cardinals 2-2. Bottom 5 at St. Louis. Arizona getting a run in the bottom of the first. They're still batting at home against the Giants. So it's 1-0 there. Dodgers and San Diego. That's a big one tonight. Jason Schmidt and Chris Young. Dodgers a half game up on the Padres and the Diamondbacks, currently in the National League West. Time called before Vargas can throw a pitch. I wonder how many times that happens during his starts, where he literally is on his way to the plate, but time has been called. I think that's the second time tonight.
Well, if they keep a stat on it, I'm sure he's among the league leaders, because he's notorious for trying to hold the ball out there on the mound as long as he can and still deliver it to home plate just about the time that batter's requesting time.
In a game tonight, Jason Schmidt coming off the disabled list after battling a right shoulder injury. Strike 2, 3-2.
Well, Ryan Theriot, you mentioned it earlier, his natural swing is to inside out that ball to the right side, and he's got a huge hole on the right side of the infield with Michael Barrett being held on by Prince Fielder over there.
Not a big lead by Barrett. He is running on the 3-2, and it's fouled away. See Jock Jones in behind Alan Trammell with the batting gloves on, ready for a potential pinch hit plate appearance if the Cubs get down to Ted Lilly's spot.
Jock Jones 2 for 9 lifetime with a home run against Vargas. Ironically, the guy off the bench that has the good numbers, and it's only 2 at bats, but Matt Merton 2 for 2 with a home run and a single against Vargas.
Barrett goes again, and another foul.
Actually, Theriot has huge holes on both sides of the infield with Michael Barrett in motion over there at first base. You mentioned Fielder's holding on Barrett initially. J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, has been breaking to cover second base as Michael runs. Ryan Theriot has a big hole on both sides of the infield as that ball is delivered into the hitting area.
Another big crowd tonight, over 35,000 last night. Might be more than that tonight, and it could be close to a sellout tomorrow. Ton of Cub fans here. It's always festive when we come up here. Seems like every play is cheered and booed. Barrett runs, and we'll have a repeat performance of this 3-2 pitch. Michael's getting his sprints in. Cubs with a run in this inning on the Cliff Floyd home run to right to make it 6-2. Still only one out. Barrett running, pop foul, and this one will also find the seats.
Boy, Vargas just steadily staying away from Ryan Theriot. Theriot with a couple of emergency swings, a couple of good swings on those pitches away, but each time under it just a little bit. I love these at bats when I was a player. I always felt the more pitches you saw in a plate appearance, the better your chances of squaring one up as you got deeper and deeper into the count.
It'll be a 10-pitch at bat at the very least. Stay tuned. The WGN News follows the ball game. We're in Milwaukee tonight. The Brewers lead the Cubs 6-2.
Type got a pitch he could do something with, a fastball up over the heart of the plate. A little different swing that time from Theriot, a little more aggressive. He's a good high ball hitter, but once again just catches the bottom part of the ball, fouls it straight back.
They're starting to get into that Alex Cora versus Matt Clement territory in 2004 when Cora fouled off 14 straight pitches before hitting a 2-run homer. It was an 18-pitch at bat. Here we go again. And crossed by Ryan Theriot. Deep left side. Off the wall. Barrett coming around. He's going to score. What an at bat by Ryan Theriot. You nailed it right on the head, BB. He saw everything Vargas had to offer, and then he smoked one into the gap. It's now 6-3.
That was supposed to be a tailing fastball away on the corner of the plate. Vargas throws it to the inside corner, and Theriot with a lightning quick swing splits that gap in left center field. Because Michael Barrett was on the move at first base, he scores easily all the way from first. Bill Hall took a little bit of a tumble out there in center field as he tried to play that carom off the wall.
That's going to be it for the starter Vargas. Ned Yost is going to make a double switch. Tony Gwynn is going to come into the ball game. And I believe Bill Hall is coming out. We'll sort it out when we come back. Cubs on the comeback trail tonight, 6-3.
So what are we in the mood for? I'll know it when I see it. Okay, well, I think I just did.
Try our new stuffed pasta with shrimp, filled with 5 Italian cheeses and a creamy garlic seafood sauce. Or new stuffed pasta with sausage, starting at $9.95 at Olive Garden.
At Sacred Heart Hospital, we treat patients like family.
Giving each individual the kind of personal attention you won't find anywhere else.
Carla?
Our doctors are among the best in the nation.
Claire! I'm alive!
And we're the leading edge in diagnostics.
Well, either this kid has a light bulb up his butt or his colon has a great idea.
In our home, you don't just get better, you get the best.
And every employee takes pride in his work.
Planning on making this worth my while?
Scrubs, weeknights at 11:30 on Superstation WGN.
Buckle up, here we go. $500,000 in cash up for grabs.
Ooh, yeah. I'm impressed.
And one wicked sting about to go down.
You got to be prepared to go all the way.
We're doing something stupid.
You wouldn't even be me. $500,000 will always be missed.
Pam Grier, Samuel L. Jackson, Bridget Fonda, Michael Keaton, Robert Forster, and Robert De Niro.
Is she dead? Pretty much.
Quentin Tarantino's Jackie Brown.
Saturday at 3 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
What an at-bat by Ryan Theriot. He continued to foul away 3-2 pitches before hammering one into the gap at left center. So 10 pitches. He ended up with an RBI double. So changes now for the Brewers. Tony Gwynn's going to play center field and hit ninth, and Carlos Villanueva will be inserted in the fifth spot where Bill Hall was. And do the pitching. Runner at second, still only one out. 6-3 now.
24th ball game for Villanueva. 36 in the third innings pitch. Only 28 base hits, 31 strikeouts. He has allowed half of his inherited runners to score this year.
And Cesar is Torres at the plate with the pinch hitter on deck, Jock Jones. April 23rd at Wrigley Field. Remember Carlos Villanueva, 4 scoreless relief innings. He got the win in a 5-4 Milwaukee victory in 12 innings. Just a fantastic performance in relief. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball strike 0-2. We'd love to at least get one more. Knock Theriot in, make it a 2-run deficit.
See Jock Jones in the on-deck circle. 3 for 4 lifetime with a home run and a double against the Brewers right-hander.
Cubs are just 1 out of 8 with men in scoring position to this point. Three straight hits, a home run, a single, and a double. And the 0-2 is on the way, way outside. I mean, do you even remember the Michael Barrett single? It seemed like it was about a half hour ago.
Some lengthy at-bats in this inning.
Cubs haven't lost with Alan Trammell running the show in the dugout.
Villanueva with kind of a herky-jerky delivery. You know, we talk about hitters squaring up pitches, meaning they hit them right off the sweet spot of the bat. Damian Miller's having trouble squaring up the ball behind the plate.
We talked last night about Michael Barrett going back to the hockey-style mask. Damian Miller with the old-school mask. Well, Johnny Estrada took one on his hockey mask right in the front. Made a very loud noise. Full count. Long list of signs from Miller. And a 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss.
Villanueva shook off fastball in, shook off fastball away, goes to the slider down and in. Stewart actually swings under that pitch. Ball didn't take the break the way Brewers were expecting, but Stewart swings under it anyway.
Mike Maddox out to discuss strategy with the pinch hitter Jock Jones announced. Ending the night for Ted Lilly. Ted went 5 innings, gave up 6 runs. They were all earned on 8 hits. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and 3 home runs allowed. He threw 89 pitches, 55 for strikes. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
It's the funniest bloopers, blunders, and embarrassing moments, all caught on tape. America's Funniest Home Videos. Weekdays at 7 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Len and Bob and our WGN Sports crew from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Game 2 of a 3-game series. The Cubs won last night.
Quick meeting to the mound there by Mike Maddox, the pitching coach for the Brewers. Certainly they're aware of the numbers. They have access to the same numbers that we do up here in the booth. I mentioned Jock Jones 3 for 4 lifetime against Villanueva with a home run and a double. Alfonso Soriano in the on-deck circle, 0 for 6 with 2 strikeouts.
One bouncer, and Graffinino handles it, throws to first, and gets Jones. We're going to see left-hander Scott Air. It's up to the bullpen to at least give the Cubs offense a chance late.
America's Funniest Home Videos. Weeknights starting at 7 on Superstation WGN.
What are you doing?
Should we pick him up? He has Bud Light.
He has an axe.
But he has Bud Light.
And an axe.
I'm sure there's a reason for it. Hey, buddy. What's with the axe?
It's a bottle opener.
Hop in.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Look, here's Bud Light.
And a chainsaw.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
I work to close the deal. And Monster works for me.
Monster has the most sales jobs on the web. Go to Monster today and find the job that works for you.
Free root beer float. Sonic's got it, others don't. Nothing says summer like a cool, frothy Sonic root beer float. Get one free this Thursday, June 7th from 8 p.m. until midnight, because Sonic is even sweeter after dark.
Take a closer look at the award-winning series, Da Vinci's Inquest, weekdays on Superstation WGN.
Cliff Floyd has 2 RBIs tonight. Ryan Theriot with a great at bat. The Cubs getting 2, and they're down 3. So the Brewers are very much within reach. But a big outing right here for Scott Air. It has been a major struggle for Scott pretty much throughout the entire first couple of months of the season. He made his 500th career appearance a couple of appearances ago against Florida. Look at the hits. 32 in just over 18 innings and way too many walks, 14. So he's still trying to get it together.
At this point of the season, Scott Hare just really can't afford to pay any attention to his numbers. It's taken him up to this point of the season to accumulate those numbers, and it's going to take him a long time to get those numbers back to respectability. You just have to do it one outing at a time.
So it's Miller, Graffinino, and Gwynn for the Brewers. And the pitch. Low ball 1. Damian Miller, the 8th Wisconsin native to play for Milwaukee. Jerry Augustine, Jim Gantner, Bob Wickman among that group. Craig Counsell. All-Star in 2002. You remember his first career inside the park home run? at Wrigley Field on August 18th, 2002?
Yes, I do. There was a little floater down the right field line, if I'm not mistaken. Not what you normally would see as an inside the park home run, especially not for a catcher.
3-1. Did you hit an inside the park home run?
Yes, indeed I did. I needed some help from the defense, though. We were playing against the Montreal Expos in Old Olympic Stadium with the AstroTurf. Hit a tweener. I believe Andre Dawson was playing right field that day, and if I'm not mistaken, Tim Raines was the center fielder. I hit a sinking line drive in the gap in right center, and Tim Raines tried to make a shoestring catch and actually kicked the ball out of his own glove as he went down to make the catch, and Dawson was coming over from right field to make the play as well. It got by him and just continued to roll on that AstroTurf all day long. Got to third base, and Jim Davenport was our third base coach at the time. I was shocked to see him waving me on home, and they called it a head first slide into home. I think it was just more exhaustion than anything else, and Gary Carter tried to apply a tag, but it was called safe at the plate inside the park home run. That's a long way around those bases.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. That backs up Ramirez, and he will get the out. Did you get the baseball?
No. I've never even seen a replay of it. I don't even know if the game was televised. You know, this was way back in the day in the early 80s, and every game wasn't on TV back then. Believe it or not, kids, every game wasn't on TV. There were a lot of ball games early in my career. You'd come out to the ballpark and there wouldn't be a camera to be seen.
Wow. Yeah, it is hard to remember those days.
I think that's why a lot of people my age and maybe a little bit older look so fondly back on that game of the week. I mean, sometimes that was the only ball game you got to see all week long, was that Saturday afternoon game of the week. And boy, everything else came to a standstill if you got an opportunity to watch a baseball game on TV.
2 strikes on Graffinino, who hit a home run his first time, then he struck out swinging his second time. Ted Lilly had to gut his way through 5 innings. And Scott Air working ahead here. He was behind Miller before coming back and getting him on the ground out.
Keep an eye on Scott Air tonight. He has mentioned repeatedly over the last week or so that he's trying to work inside more, especially on those right-handed hitters. He feels he's been too one-sided pitching to that first base side of the plate. That was a fastball up and in the Graffinino just got a piece of right there. Not only working both sides of the plate, but also keeping the ball down more consistently. Buries a slider in the dirt on command in the 0-2 count.
There's Tony Gwynn on deck. And he gets Graffinino to chase.
Take a look at our upcoming Cubs and Sox high-definition broadcast schedule, sponsored by Comcast. Thursday night, the Sox take on the Yankees on WGN at 6:30. The Cubs host the Mariners Wednesday, June 13th on WGN at 7 o'clock. And again Thursday against the Mariners on WGN at 1 p.m. 2007 Major League Baseball in HD, sponsored by Comcast.
White Sox warm-up at 6:30 coming up on Thursday. First at bat for Tony Gwynn. Fastball strike. Yankees lead the White Sox 6-1, bottom of the 7th on the south side. No home runs in that one. Well, it looks like the Blue Jays scored 6 times in the bottom of the 9th to beat Tampa Bay 12-11. What a wild one that was. huge comeback for the Blue Jays tonight. Called strike 3. Scott Air with a 1-2-3 6th inning. And back to the top of the order for the Cubs. Soriano, PA, and Lee as we get into the 7th.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi.
So you'll let me test drive your network, and if you're not the best...
We'll pay for your calls.
Really?
You're good. America's most reliable. Well, we'll see about that.
Everyone has their routine. It's the same old stuff. Nothing new. Well, it's time to shake things up. Put some bada bing into your day. Even kick up your heels. The cure for the everyday is laughter. So laugh it up with America's Funniest Home Videos. Weekdays at 3. Then get hit again. Weeknights at 7. America's Funniest Home Videos on Superstation WGN.
Time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. The sausage race tonight. Let's listen in.
Real race tonight. They're moving on as they approach the Cubs dugout. It's Chorizo, but Polish is in front. Chorizo moves into second with the big sombrero. Will he make it? Around home plate into the home stretch. It could be number 2, Polish, all the way, but it's a long run to the finish line. He does it. Vonelli.
A Polish, the winner. 6-3 Brewers here in the 7th inning. Soriano with a double in the first inning. 1 for 3 on the night. He's been red hot as of late. 2-0, hitters count. Felix PA and then Derek Lee after Soriano. Cubs trail on the hit board 8-7. And they trail by 3 runs. Towering shot. Way foul. I mentioned 6 runs for the Blue Jays in the 9th. Aaron Hill with a bases loaded walk to end the ball game. Tim Corcoran came on. Intentionally walked Frank Thomas. Then after a passed ball, he intentionally walked Troy Gloss. And then the unintentional walk to end it. What a wild one. 2-2. Michael Wirtz is up. The Knockwirtz.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Check at first base, and he said he went. It's Randy Marsh, the crew chief, with a call.
I have to see it to believe it. I believe it. Well, we talked about it that Soriano uses probably the heaviest bat in Major League Baseball, and once he gets it started, it's pretty tough to hold that barrel back.
One strike on PA. make it 2. 38,535. Another huge crowd tonight. And the Cub fans certainly well represented tonight.
Haven't had as much to cheer about tonight as they did last night, but still some time left.
PA lifts it to right, but Corey Hart backpedaling with a catch.
Time now for our Bud Light fan cam on New Music Tuesday. You know who that is. CZ Top, beer drinkers and hellraisers. There's a lot of both here at the ballpark tonight.
Clear with a ground ball cut off by Ryan Braun. A little trouble getting out of the glove, but he gets it over there in time to end the inning. They'll get up and stretch in Milwaukee. The Cubs trail by 3 as we enjoy some more ZZ Top.
Caution, professional toolman at work. He's fully trained to handle dangerous situations. Like 3 kids, 1 wife, and Al. Remember, don't try this at home. Home Improvement, weekdays.
Weekdays at 5:30 on Superstation WGN.
What's so funny?
It's supposed to be a parrot, not a carrot, you moron.
Listen up! 3 Bud Lights for everyone, if this doesn't leave the room.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
You know, you only need one eye patch.
Got a lot of projects?
Yeah.
We've got what you need. Come on.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right. Start here.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? We start with the salad, then pass around the breadsticks, and finish with the perfect bite.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch, just $5.95, only at Olive Garden.
Becker's getting an X-ray. You're not claustrophobic, are you? Hey, is that my pager? Wait! Out of here! Next Becker.
Tonight at 12:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Now that's not new, ZZ Top, but I don't think I've ever heard this song. Maybe a new version, right? Nice selection tonight, Bob. It fits.
Seemed appropriate. Couldn't think of any songs that had cheese in the title, so we went the other direction.
So 6-3 Milwaukee as we get into the bottom of the 7th. Be the top of their order. Michael Wirtz is now pitching for the Cubs. Scott Aaron 1-2-3 in the 6th.
Good outing for Scott Air. Stuff was real crisp. His command was good. That's the way you turn the season around. Just one outing at a time. One pitch at a time. One batter at a time. You mentioned Wirtz pitched in the ballgame last night. He was real good. Faced 5 batters, struck out 2 of them. No damage done whatsoever.
Well, you know how you get a feeling about how a game's going to go, and you know, you wouldn't think you would feel very good with the Cubs trailing early 5-0, but again, with the way the offense has been lately, still feel like this game is within reach. But you don't want to get to the 9th inning down at all, let alone 3 runs. Milwaukee is 30-0, and they have a closer who's been perfect in save opportunities in Francisco Cordero. Coco with his jacket on, and we may see him tonight. The Cubs hope not to see him.
And Derek Turnbow, we mentioned in the ball game last night, had warmed up 8 days in a row, pitched in 6 of those 8 days, but got a night off last night in the Cubs 7-2 victory. So he's the right-hander warming up for Ned Yost in the bullpen.
Not a good start for Michael Wirtz as he walks Hart. Now will face J.J. Hardy.
With a lot of teams, you might see the number 2 hitter square around and put down a sacrifice bunt to move that runner into scoring position with a 3-run lead, but I don't think you're going to see J.J. Hardy squaring around anytime soon. Corey Hart over there at first base, a perfect 8 for 8 in stolen bases this season for the Brewers. Once again, they don't run a lot. They pick their spots. Especially at the top of the order with J.J. Hardy in that 2-hole, Prince Fielder in the 4-hole, and young Ryan Braun flexing his muscles tonight. You don't want to run into any outs with guys coming to the plate that have a chance to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
There goes the runner. Here's a throw by Barrett. He didn't have a chance. Hart remains perfect. He's 9 for 9.
Just a huge jump by Corey Hart over there at first base against Michael Wirtz. Pitch was kind of in the dirt to Michael Barrett's right. He goes ahead and makes the throw to second base, but probably would have just been better served to hang on to that one. Hart was already popping up out of his slide before his Torres got the ball.
Throw to second. Safe.
Oh.
Terrio thought he had him.
Well, it's one of those ones with the naked eye from up here. It looked like they did have him. We're going to have the luxury. Hart takes that big secondary lead. Man, he might have gotten a fingernail on that right hand on the bag before Terrio slapped that tag down. I don't know. Terrio was sure he had him out there at second base.
A bouncer to the left side. Here is the throw to third late. Boy, Hart really took a chance. It looked like he started for third just as Aramis was getting rid of that baseball. So they get the out at first base, but Hart now at third.
Maybe an overly aggressive base running play by Hart, but it works this time for the Brewers. Watch where Corey Hart is when Ramirez gets to this ball. He's actually running at Ramirez as he makes the throw across the diamond. Of course, all of Aramis's focus is on the baseball as it's bounding out there on the left side of the infield. I don't think he realized how far off of second base Corey Hart was. That's a very easy play to catch that ball, fake the throw to first, and just turn around and apply the tag to the runner heading right at you.
So the Cubs will have to bring their infield in. Already down 3. And a key hitter here with Fielder on deck. Braun with 2 hits, including his 3rd home run. Has had a lot of trouble locating the strike zone. 9 pitches, 7 balls, only 2 strikes. So the options for Ramirez are to do what he did, or what, fake the throw possibly?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tough play. There's no easy way to do it, but Corey Hart, if you'll notice, he never went back to second base at all. He took his secondary lead away from second base. When the ball was put into play, he held his ground. That is kind of an indicator that he's going to try to advance on that throw to first base, but as I mentioned, Aramis can't see that. He's concentrating on the baseball, trying to make the play. That's where you need a little help from your shortstop behind you, possibly to yell at you and let you know, hey, runner coming, or whatever terminology you want to use. Let that third baseman know that he might have a play on the runner at second. And it certainly helps to know the aggressiveness of your base runner. Corey Hart has good speed, as he's proven in this inning with his 9th stolen base. A very aggressive base runner. He's going to try to advance a base anytime he can. Other runners are not as aggressive. They're a little more passive, and you don't have a chance to decoy them into an out.
Boy, Braun really did Michael a favor. Went after a slider that bounced in front of the plate.
That ball hits out in front of home plate. Catches Michael Barrett on the inside of the left leg, and fortunately stays right there at home plate.
Second game in a row he's wearing the hockey-style mask, which he had worn in the past, but lately had been going with the old school mask. He wants his pitch low, base hit. Corey Hart will trot home 7-3. Ryan Braun 3 out of 4 tonight.
We talked about his quick swing. We've seen his power in the ball game tonight. I think the most impressive thing is his willingness to shorten up his swing with 2 strikes and go up the middle of the field. That's the 3rd base hit in 2 days we've seen for Ryan Braun, right back up the middle of the field.
And with Prince Fielder due up, it's going to be left-hander Will Oman going down the stairs. They'll open the gate, and he'll make his entrance. 7-3 Milwaukee.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Oh, honey, I told the neighbors we'd feed their pets while they're away.
Oh, okay, sweetie. Oh, no. Ooh.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly one of Southwest Airlines' 7 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way with a 7-day advance purchase.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hey, Cub fans, have you checked out our weekly Cubs baseball podcast on WGNTV.com? On this week's edition, we detailed a crazy weekend at Wrigley Field, showed you some behind-the-scenes looks at Wrigley Field. You can check it out on WGNTV.com. Click on the link for Len and Bob's blog. Download and enjoy. I have a post about Alfonso Soriano on our blog. Check it out. Fielder with a hit last night against Ullman. Slider strike.
Talking about all the excitement at Wrigley last weekend. I don't recall seeing it the last time we were here at Miller Park, but in the visitors dugout on the third base side, there's a restroom right down at the bottom of the steps, and there's a heavy bag hanging from the wall in the restroom. Yeah, perhaps encouraging the players and staff to go down there and take out their aggressions rather than duking each other.
Two strikes on Prince Fielder. Kick in the pitch, fouled off. One with a fastball.
right down those steps there. There's a little door right around the corner to make it convenient for the players so they don't have to go all the way up in the clubhouse should nature call during the course of the ball game. And somebody hung a big red heavy bag right there. Everlast.
Although we should say the clubhouse is as close to the dugout as any in baseball. I think it's safe to say the visiting clubhouse here is as nice as most of the home clubhouses in other ballparks.
Boy, it's hard to argue with that. They do a nice job here of making the visiting players feel at home. Very comfortable, lots of room.
The 0-2 got him. He froze him. 2 down.
With a fastball right down Main Street. Caught Prince Fielder looking for something else in that situation. You know, Len, we've talked about that a lot when the lefties come out of the bullpen to face a left-handed hitter, maybe just to get that one out, and how often they rely on their breaking ball to do that. And I think a lot of the better and smarter left-handed hitters in the league are starting to look for those breaking balls when they see a specialist come in from the bullpen. That time Oman went to the fastball, got the swing, or got the called strike.
Well, Ned Yost is going to stick with Carlos Villanueva. He's given him an inning and 2/3 and hasn't allowed a base runner. So even though Derek Turnbull is standing out in the bullpen, he just flipped the ball, I believe, to their bullpen coach, Bill Castro, and he's going to go take a seat. Or not take a seat. Oh, here he goes. All right. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And the inning is over. Milwaukee adds a run to the lead. It's 7-3.
Honey?
Well, hello.
Hello.
Look what I found.
They were made for each other. Waffles and soft serve in the new Caramel Waffle Crisp Blizzard treats at Dairy Queen with waffle pieces and chocolate chunks. Do one.
Free root beer float. Sonic's got it, others don't. Nothing says summer like a cool, frothy Sonic root beer float. Get one free this Thursday, June 7th from 8 p.m. until midnight, because Sonic is even sweeter after dark.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
I work to close the deal. And Monster works for me.
Monster has the most sales jobs on the web. Go to Monster today and find the job that works for you.
On the next, Scrubs.
You seem unhappy. I like that.
Everybody's looking for love. Unfortunately, Elliot finds it.
Did you see Mr. Kavanaugh?
Yes, I did.
Next Scrubs, tonight at 11:30 Eastern.
He wrote the book on relationships.
He's just not that into you.
Now he's making over your life.
Today, I want to change your life. It's almost a miracle. You look beautiful.
You're pretty.
And your relationships.
You need to get some dating done. Are you psyched about that?
The Greg Barrett Show.
Take a look.
Weekdays on Superstation WGN.
7 runs on 9 hits, no errors for Milwaukee. 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors for the Cubs. Every time the Cubs score, it seems like Milwaukee eventually comes right back. So Ramirez leads it off. He's 0 for 3. Hit a ball deep to right field to make it out in the 4th inning. Strong night for Cliff Floyd. He's next. Villanueva is used to working quite a bit. I mentioned the 4-inning stint against the Cubs at Wrigley Field. He's done that twice. He's gone 4 innings. Both times earned wins. Other time was on May 2nd against St. Louis.
Base runners. Cubs looking for base runners here. Find a way on.
Now it's interesting that Ned Yost went with Villanueva to hit. Looks like Derek Turnbow's back up in the bullpen. So he may in fact be used tonight. He's had that look like, you know what, if I'm going to warm up, I want to get in there.
You think about Ned Yost's bench, however, tonight. He's already used Tony Gwynn as part of a double switch. Johnny Estrada, the other catcher we mentioned, got beat up in the ball game last night, as did Jeff Jenkins. Got hit on the ankle with a pitch, limped down to first base. Perhaps he's not available. Perhaps they want to stay away from Estrada, which kind of limits the moves that Ned Yost can make with those guys off the bench.
Forgot the bat. So 3-2 on Ramirez.
Maybe it's the socks. It's not a look that Ramirez usually goes with.
Ball 4. He'll take his base.
Good start. Well, I say good start because you always like to have a runner on first base with Cliff Floyd coming to the plate. I can use that hole on the right side as good as anybody.
Yeah, I think you're right. There must be something going on with his bench. He's going to walk out and take out Villanueva after using him to bat in the bottom of the 7th. Fireballer Derek Turnbow coming on. 7-3 Milwaukee.
What the world needs now is more scrubs.
Weeknights at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Come fall in love with New Orleans all over again.
There's no place like it.
Music comes bubbling right up from the street.
Come for the party!
Come feel good.
Everybody loves the French Quarter.
Come, yeah.
The food.
Come for it all.
Come fall in love with New Orleans all over again.
Call now or visit NewOrleansOnline.com to order your free guide and get great hotel rates starting at $79.
Cliff Floyd has had a good night. An RBI single in the 4th. And then a long home run in the 6th inning.
Get out your tape measures. No doubter for Cliff Floyd deep into the bleachers in right field. That'll work right about now, too. Gonna have to turn it up just a notch against Derek Turnbow, however. This guy throws extremely hard. Consistently in the mid to upper 90s with his fastball. Can lose the zone from time to time. And as I mentioned earlier, this guy has been a workhorse. He pitched 6 of the last 8 ball games. Actually now 6 of the last 9 ball games. Actually 7 of the last 10. But has warmed up in 9 of the 10.
They've got the rally caps on. Nobody out as the leadoff man Ramirez was walked by Villanueva. Here's Turnbow. Fastball is low. really had trouble with his slider as he struggled in the second half last year. Kind of just falls toward the plate. Into center, and it's going to hold up for Tony Gwynn. One away, and now Barrett, who singled and scored in the 6th. Back in 2002, Derek Turnbow had a pin permanently inserted into his right arm. Broke the ulna bone in 01. It did not heal properly. Right-hander Bob Howery up for the Cubs. Fouled back, just caught the upper corner of the protective screen behind home plate. Cubs have had their opportunities tonight. One hit in 10 tries with runners in scoring position. The pitch off the outside corner.
That slider you were talking about at 86 miles an hour just off the outside corner. That's a pitch he doesn't have much command of. Usually he throws it when he's ahead in the count. He'll aim it for the middle of the plate and hope for the best. He's going to live and die with that fastball.
A 2-1 pitch called foul. Cubs have trailed throughout. At one point it was 5-0. Right back here tomorrow afternoon. The matchup on the mound, Zambrano and Suppan. 1 o'clock Central Time right here on WGN Sports. Low for ball 3. It's full.
Now, this is one of those opposing pitchers. You can look fastball here, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to get that pitch from Derek Turnbow. Maybe 10 out of 10 in a full count situation.
Here it is. 2 men on. Both base runners have reached on walks here in the 8th.
That'll bring Terrio to the plate, a guy that's already drawn 1 walk in this ballgame and had that great at bat last time up when he was all double-digit pitches before finally doubling into the gap in left center field to drive home a run.
Some games have great flow and rhythm. This game has been very tedious. The Brewers pitchers have taken a lot of time. Ted Lilly almost perpetually was pitching with men on base. It's been a long night. Cubs trying to hang in there, down 7-3. 98 on our gun as Turnbow backed off Terrio.
Throw harder.
Oh, you yelled that a few times out of the dugout when you were in uniform, right?
Oh, yeah. Throw harder.
The kick and a 1-0 pitch. Base hit. They are loaded up. Torres is going to be called back. And Matt Merton will be the pinch hitter.
Well, a good night for Ryan Theriot. He's had a good approach every at bat in this ball game. His second base hit. Doesn't try to overpower that fastball. Just get the barrel of the bat on it. His natural swing is to drive that ball to the opposite field. He finds grass out there, and the Cubs have him loaded for the redhead.
Matt Merton represents the tying run. Cub fans are being heard.
And once again tonight, it's kind of split from behind home plate. The third base side, majority of Cub fans. The first base side, the majority of Brewers fans, although there are Cub fans everywhere in this ballpark.
Merton 0 for 1 and hit by a pitch in his career against Derek Turnbull. Three on, 1 out. Here we go. Hit foul. Outfielder's pretty deep. In particular, the right fielder Corey Hart. He is not far from the warning track.
Now this is the Brewers version of the no doubles defense.
Nail-biting time for Lou Piniella. Looking for his first career grand slam. He's just trying to make some good contact here. Swing and a miss.
Boy, wicked movement on this pitch. When you gear up your swing getting ready for a 97 or a 98 mile-an-hour fastball, and Turnbow throws anything off speed close to the strike zone, you're very susceptible to that swing and miss.
Here comes the 0-2 check swing. He went. Well, that's strike 3, and it's the second out.
Another breaking ball, this time in the dirt away from Matt Merton. He tries to check his swing, but clearly gets that bat head out in front of home plate too far.
Another pinch hitter, Mark DeRosa. He'll bat for Ullman. Well, I recall a Mark DeRosa grand slam a couple of days ago. Is low, ball 1. So we'll likely see Mark stay in and play second base, and Theriot head over to shortstop with his tourist out. Francisco Cordero looming in the 9th inning. This is probably the best shot the Cubs are going to have the rest of the night. A 1-0 pitch outside, 2-0. Theoretically, he's going to throw him a fastball. That's the pitch he usually goes with. We'll see if he'll challenge him on a 2-0. There's Cordero. He's already getting loose. I suppose we can see him here in the 8th. Got to figure Turnbull's going to go with a heat. He did. It's a strike. I mean, in this spot, if you're Derek Turnbull, you're thinking the worst that can happen is a tie game, but he doesn't want to walk DeRosa. And as a hitter, you have to be thinking that way too, right?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, you don't want to think too much. Against a guy like Turnbow, the worst thing you can do is think too much. Just get your bat ready. Be quick. Don't try to swing as hard as he's throwing. Just be quick.
Ground ball up the middle. Base hit. And the Cubs will get 2. And it's 7-5, and now the tying runs are on base. Mark DeRosa with a pinch hit, 2-run single. And we may, in fact, see Cordero here in the 8th inning. We'll see if Ned Yost is going to make a move. Soriano coming up. Here he comes.
Nice piece of hitting by Mark DeRosa. He does not try to overpower the baseball, just make good contact, hope you find a hole. That time a hard ground ball back up the middle of the field. Cubs continuing to claw away here.
Well, they know the numbers. Milwaukee 30-0 after 8 when they lead, but the 8th isn't over yet. We'll be back.
Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging, an original old world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore, Washington, and Washington Dulles International, maybe this will. Unlike other airlines, our low fares don't have hidden fees.
You are now free to move about the country.
What up, Pete?
Yo, I got an idea.
The Cub fans right in the front row near the on-deck circle cheering on Alfonso Soriano. And a couple of former Texas Ranger teammates, Francisco Cordero and Alfonso Soriano. Big contingent heading up from Wrigley Field, members of the Cubs front office staff, and they're still hanging around. They want to see the Cubs complete the comeback. Well, this guy's been perfect. 21 for 21 at save opportunities.
ERA 0.39. The opponent's batting average 0.81.
He's leading the way in the major leagues with his 21 saves. Set the runners for you now. Terrio at third. And the tying run, Mark DeRosa at first base. The pitch to Soriano. Buried in the dirt. Ball one. This is a guy you want at the plate in this spot. He's been the hottest Cub hitter lately. He's 11 for his last 17 with 3 home runs. The pitch, a strike, 1-1.
Big numbers from the 7th inning on in ball games so far this season.
The 1-1 to Soriano. He chased it. Ball came back up and hit him. Strike 2.
Slider in the dirt that time from Cordero. Much like with Derek Turnbow, we're looking for that heat. He becomes susceptible to breaking balls, especially those that start down at the bottom of the zone.
Ned Yost wants him to get the final 4 outs. He's trying to get out of the 8th inning here. A 1-2 to Soriano. He struck him out. The Cubs will have to settle for 2 on the hit by DeRosa. Bottom 8, 7-5.
Scrubs. They're overworked.
Dr. Reed. I'm not sucking my thumb.
Underappreciated. Socially inept.
Are you planning on making this worth my while?
And on call 5 times a week.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Weeknights at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
How long is this going to last? I'm ready to hit the Bud Light. I already took care of it.
Say, well, all right, now we are gathered here today to join in marriage, Bob and Julie. Bob, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? Do I hear and I do, I do, do I hear and I do?
I do.
Julie, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? Do I hear and I do, I do, do I hear and I do?
I do.
Going once, going twice, and now pronounce you husband and wife, you may kiss the bride.
And away we go. Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
So what I owe you? 100, 100 quarter, 100 and a half, 175, 200, 200 quarter.
It's time to feel free with Chase Freedom. Feel free to choose points for rewards like travel.
I'm free to do what I want.
Or feel free to choose cash back.
I'm free.
Then feel free to change back again.
In the old time.
Without losing a thing. That's freedom. That's Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
Whose big idea was this? Mine!
It was mine, Fleabag.
Uh-oh! Houston! We have a problem!
Adios, amigo.
McDonald's celebrates the launch of DreamWorks Shrek the Third. Only we can throw a party like this.
Need more Ranch BLT premium chicken sandwiches.
With hickory smoked bacon and creamy ranch dressing for a taste that really rocks.
Look out!
Duffy in the house.
Mark DeRosa with that big hit stays in and plays second. Terrio moves over to play short. And veteran right-hander Bob Howry trying to keep the Brewers right where they are.
Howry's last outing, he was throwing extremely hard, consistently hitting the mid-90s. By far the best fastball he's had this season. I asked him about it. He said, I'm not doing anything differently. Maybe it was the humidity.
And he faces Kevin Minch. We got an email from Mike Baker from Schaumburg. And he says, you know, every time you guys see the Brewers, you make a joke about Kevin Minch's big head. But he says he can beat it. Mike says he has a size 8 3/8.
Congratulations, Mike.
He had a specially made helmet when he played football. That's pretty big. Two strikes on Minch. And while he has a big head, we hear he's modest. So he doesn't figuratively have a big head, as he just got a piece to hang in. Each team with 9 hits. And on the hands that time, fouled away. As Howry just hit 93. It's a final in Atlanta, as the Marlins and Braves split a doubleheader. The nightcap went to Florida 5-1. And the Braves won the opener earlier today 3-1. Another 0-2 outside, 1-2.
Well, and you know, you were talking about the pace of the game earlier. Brewers pitchers taking a lot of time between pitches, and there have been a lot of base runners in this game. That always slows down the pace of the game somewhat, but Hunter Wendelstedt's strike zone behind the plate has been microscopic tonight. Both ways. He just calls a very small strike zone.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Well, probably the key at bat of this ball game so far. Alfonso Soriano with 2 outs facing Cordero. Starts him off with the slider off the plate away. Comes back with the fastball. This was the best pitch to hit in the sequence. Soriano took it. And then 2 sliders in a row. 1 in the dirt, 1 off the outside corner. And that's all she wrote. Soriano, that was his 5th strikeout in 9 at-bats against Cordero.
And his 3rd tonight. Well, you look ahead to the 9th, PA, Lee and Ramirez. So you have a good part of the lineup, but it will be against Cordero. The deliberate Bob Howery. And Miller was late. 1-1.
Very limited histories for the Cubs hitters against the Brewers closer, as you might imagine. That's one thing about a closer. You don't get to rack up the game at bats against the guy. Derek Lee 0 for 1 lifetime with a strikeout against Cordero. Aramis Ramirez 0 for 2. And of course, Felix PA has never seen him.
Kick and the pitch. Still 1-2. They go to the 9th in St. Louis. 3-3 Reds and the Cardinals. Phillies got 2 in the 11th and beat the Mets 4-2. Pirates over Washington 7-6. Deep left field, Soriano back on a warning track at the fence. He's going to leap, and he caught it. 2 down. A leaping catch out in left center by Alfonso Soriano.
Well, it looked like it had home run distance off the bat of Damian Miller, but Soriano tracks it all the way back to the left field fence. Nice leaping catch right before banging into that scoreboard out there in left center.
It looked like it would not have gone out, but it would have been off the top of the wall. It's a very glitzy scoreboard out there, and you almost kind of lose the fielder as he goes out into that area. It's like he's running into Times Square.
Yeah, there's a lot of neon activity in this ballpark as the game moves along. The facing of the 3rd deck here at Miller Park constantly changing, different advertisements and pictures.
Like Terrio slipped as he started to go after that ball. Graffinino with a big turnaround first, and he's going to hold there with a single. Cub fans still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cub games this year. Visit Cubs.com and click on Replay, the official secondary market site for the Chicago Cubs. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out Replay at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. I read where Tony Gwynn has permission to leave the club for a couple of days at the end of July to go to Cooperstown, where his father will be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. So he would miss 1 or 2 games. And now, I don't know if that would change if Tony Gwynn became an everyday player, if he would have second thoughts about it. I don't know what his dad would say about it. Certainly that should be a big series for the Brewers. But I know he doesn't want to miss a big day for his father.
Hall of Fame induction. That's pretty much a one-time only deal.
Yeah. And I believe that'll be July 29th. Brewers will be in St. Louis.
Well, Tony Gwynn Jr. has been the best pinch hitter off the bench for Ned Yost this year, 6 for 17 before tonight. Of course, tonight he came in as part of a double switch. It's kind of unusual to see a young player have that kind of success off the bench. That's a very tough role on a ball club to fill. That one of number one pinch hitter. Usually it's a veteran player like a Darrell Ward type, somebody who's done that for a number of years after their career as an everyday player had waned.
Graffinino, the runner at first. 2 outs. We're in the 8th inning. Tom's been consistently at 93, 94 on his heater tonight. Two and two.
Guy hates it when Claudio Vargas starts. He shaved before he came to the ballpark tonight.
Full count. Graffinino will be moving with a pitch. I think that would have been a good look for you. How long would it take? A couple months maybe to get to that point?
I don't know. It'll take a while.
Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. So set up now for the night. Cubs need at least 2. Big part of the order coming up against Cordero. Stay with us.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares even farther. Visit southwest.com.
Tired of being nickeled and dimed by other airlines?
Is this your first flight?
On Southwest Airlines, our leather seats, blankets, pillows, snacks, and smiles are always free.
You are now free to move about the country.
So you'll let me test drive your network, and if you're not the best...
We'll pay for your calls.
Really?
You're good. America's most reliable. Well, we'll see about that.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
The tears, the talent, and the outtakes. American Idol Rewind. Saturdays on Superstation WGN.
7-5 Milwaukee. Felix Piet to lead it off.
And Felix has put together 3 real good at-bats in this ball game. A couple of base hits and a rocket line drive to right field for an out. First plate appearance of the evening, he tried to bunt Soriano up to third base after the leadoff double and popped it up to the third baseman.
Corner infielders are drawn in. Ball 1. Get one on, take one out. Be a nice formula here against Cordero, but easier said than done. He has not blown a save all year.
Bloop and a blast. I mentioned Piet's had 3 good at-bats in a ball game. Almost didn't happen. He got clipped by this foul ball. He was standing down there in the hole. He was about to come out into the on-deck circle, and a check swing almost got him.
Oh, I love the patience from Felix, PA. Now it's 3-1. Understanding the situation and not giving in. Swinging away this time. He lifts it to left. Kevin Minch squeezes 1 out. The producer of Cubs baseball on WGN Sports is Pete Toma. Skip Ellison is our director. Mark Brady, our associate producer. The executive producer of WGN Sports is Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Vince Lupo, our studio coordinator back at WGN, PJ Crushell, and the rest of our great crew here at Wrigley Field North. Cordero tied the National League record for the fewest team games needed to get to 15 saves, 34. John Smoltz did it back in 03. Major League record, Lee Smith did it back with Baltimore in 30 games, 1994. And he had saves on 5 consecutive days in early May. And while the Cubs have struggled in games decided by 1 or 2 runs, Milwaukee's been very good, as you would imagine. Strike 3.
Very similar to the pitch that struck out Soriano in the 8th inning. Hard slider starts on the outside corner, breaks it off the plate away.
Milwaukee is 15-10 in games decided by 1 or 2 runs. Soriano keeps it alive. Rather, Ramirez keeps it alive, and it's Cliff Floyd to come up. He represents a tying run. Cliff's had a good night. 2 RBIs, a home run, and he lined hard his last time up. So Ramirez with a 2-out single.
Back in his 6th inning with 1 out, Cliff Floyd touching one up to right field. I mentioned the limited experience that the Cubs hitters have had against Cordero. Cliff Floyd 1 for 2 with a double. He did walk 1 at bat, and he struck out 1 at bat.
He's going to have a little work to do on his car after the game. Tying run at the plate with 2 outs. The pitch to Cliff Floyd. In tight. Ball 1. Cubs just keep hanging around. But they're down to their final chance. 99 miles per hour. Strike 1. 1-1. Cordero has the sign. He's ready to go. The 1-1 pitch. Upward looking swing. 1-2. Well, when your off speed is 89, you know you're pretty good.
A slider at 89 miles an hour. That time starts it on the inside corner, breaks it off the plate, down and in.
Both teams' fans are up. Lined and caught right at Graffinino. So Floyd hit another ball right on the screws, but for the final out of the game. It was a grind all night just to stay within shouting distance. The Cubs did put the tying run on base in the 8th inning. Had the tying run at the plate in the 9th, but falls short. 7-5 the final. Well, you often say you can't guide it once you hit it. Cliff did everything he could. He hit a ball very hard, but right at the second baseman.
And it's so hard he didn't even get out of the batter's box. Graffinino already had the ball in his glove.
Final score tonight, Milwaukee 7, the Cubs 5, and we'll be back in a moment.
Never before seen on the streets of Chicago. Next on WGN, a weapon so powerful, even layers of Kevlar don't stand a chance. Stolen car parts, and that's not all. Behind the piles of metal and plastic, Chicago police make an explosive discovery. And though they're on the same team, tonight Republicans who want to be president tussled on television.
Get into some serious monkey business. Funniest pets and people, Tuesday night on Superstation WGN. These doctors are on the cutting edge of comedy. Scrubs, late nights on Superstation WGN.
What up, P?
Yo, I got an idea.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? Carol serves the salad, the breadsticks in the middle, and the soups as different as we are.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch, just $5.95, only at Olive Garden.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
Everyone has their routine. It's the same old stuff. Nothing new. Well, it's time to shake things up. Put some bada bing into your day. Even kick up your heels. The cure for the working day is laughter. So laugh it up with America's Funniest Home Videos. Weekdays at 3. Then get hit again. Weeknights at 7. America's Funniest Home Videos on Superstation WGN.
For the Milwaukee Brewers, 7 runs on 10 hits, no errors, 5 men left on base. For the Cubs, 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors, 9 stranded. The Cubs went 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Claudio Vargas remains unbeaten at home, where he's 3-0. He's now 4-0 against the Central. Ted Lilly drops to 500 at 4-4, and Francisco Cordero remains perfect, 22 consecutive saves to start the year. Tonight's Budweiser plays of the game. We're going to go back early on tonight, Bob. In the second inning, it just was not Ted Lilly's night. He gave up a couple of home runs in that frame. Tony Graffinino with his second of the year. And then 2 batters later, Corey Hart hit his 3rd. So they hit home runs tonight, but it wasn't Hardy and Fielder for the Brewers.
Yeah, they got the home runs, 7 hits and a walk in the first 3 innings of the ball game, and a hole the Cubs just couldn't dig their way out of.
Braun also homered for the Brewers. Budweiser, the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Open up a world of taste. We'll wrap it up coming up.
Okay, I've been working on this plan for 3 years, and today's the day.
Okay.
Every Friday, the same Bud Light delivery guy takes the same route past us.
Okay.
You're the only one who can make the leap.
Okay.
When I say go, you jump over, grab some Bud Light, and jump back.
Okay.
Okay, here he comes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and go.
What'd you say?
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Seriously, what'd you say?
They've always brought you great rooms at great rates. And now, the experts at Hotels.com are the first to bring you flexible booking, which lets you change or even cancel your reservation without any fees from us. So you don't have to worry if your plans change. And with the lowest price guaranteed, you never have to worry about paying too much. That's what flexible booking is all about. Just log on or call our certified experts now to find out more. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Answer my 3 questions and I'll let you pass.
Are you kidding?
What's large as a mountain but as small as a... Hey, how many people you got in there?
8.
Whoa, is that a DVD player?
Maybe.
Do I smell cookies?
Hit the gas. That's 3.
Beloved by humans, envied by trolls. The Pilot from Honda.
This is my case! Get Lewis and close this murder case fast.
God have mercy on the man that doubts what he's shooting on.
Stories come to life. Weekdays, Homicide, Life on the Streets at 11 a.m. and Da Vinci's Inquest at 12 p.m. Only on Superstation WGN.
So the final tonight, Milwaukee sprinted out to that 5-0 lead. Cubs made it interesting, 7-5, as the Cubs had the tying run at the plate when the ball game ended. Our next telecast of Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, your official summer baseball station. Tomorrow afternoon, Cubs and Brewers will wrap up this series with a rubber game. Carlos Zambrano will try to get over 500. Jeff Suppan seeks win number 8. Our broadcast begins at 1 o'clock Central Time. It's our 60th year of bringing you Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. Baseball like it ought to be. Once again, the final tally tonight, the Brewers 7, the Cubs 5. So now for my partner, Bob Brentley, Pete Thomas, Skip Ellison, Mark Brady, Bob Borwald, and our entire crew. This is Len Casper inviting you to stay tuned. The WGN News is coming up next.
Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser, who thanks you for being a designated driver. Your Chicagoland Dodge dealers. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
Another good thing about Geico is they've got, like, real live people working there 24/7. So, like, say you need to report a claim, right? A real person will be there to help you. Then you can use geico.com to view photos of the damage, track your claim, print an estimate. You want an English muffin? They literally hand you a toasted muffin with butter and jam. Oh, it's tasty. That's a complete dramatisation, of course, but you get my point.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Watch Funniest Pets and People and get your groove on. Kick up your heels. Maybe do-si-do or do-si-don't. Watch people and their pets get funky. It's so funny, it'll bring you to your knees. Boogie down with Funniest Pets and People. Weeknights at 6:30, only on Superstation WGN. America's Funniest Home Videos. Weeknights starting at 7 on Superstation WGN.
This is Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
This is not an ordinary drive-by shooting. The thug who pulled the trigger used a weapon capable of piercing body armor and even Army helmets. It is the first time it's been seen on the streets of Chicago. Good evening, I'm Steve Sanders.
And I'm Allison Payne. WGN's Holly Gregory live at Area 1 Police Headquarters with our top story tonight. Holly.
Well, Steve and Allison, police have one person in custody here for this shooting that critically injured two brothers. These brothers, who are in their 30s, have narcotics records, and this is being investigated as possibly gang-related. Police are also trying to find that weapon, a high-powered handgun that is popular on the West Coast with gang members, but has never shown up in a crime in Chicago before. The two victims of the shooting were driving this black car southbound on King Drive at Pershing when another car pulled alongside it and opened fire. The black car then plowed into a CTA bus stop. Remarkably, a city worker inside the bus stop received only minor injuries. Investigators recovered casings from a weapon they've never seen here before.
Very first time I've seen it, and I've been on the job for 15 years now, and by far this is probably the most dangerous handgun that I've come across right now.
The gun is an FN-57 semi-automatic pistol designed to easily pierce through Kevlar body armor.
48 layers of Kevlar, so it can go right through our vest with not a problem.
While a Good Samaritan took the two shooting victims to a hospital, a police tactical unit in the area chased the suspect's vehicle. That chase ended at 38th and Langley with 3 suspects jumping out of the car. Only one was apprehended, and the FN-57 pistol was not recovered. ATF Special Agent Tom Ahern says the FN-57 is a high-velocity hypershock weapon, and police have good reason to worry about it turning up for the first time here in criminal activity.
In the hands of a gang member who's going to use it to either further his drug business or to commit a violent crime with it, it does make it very dangerous. And it's not only dangerous to civilians, but law enforcement officers also, because the type of round, the hypershock round that it fires, would penetrate Kevlar vests.
The driver of this SUV was clipped by the victim's car during the shooting and feels grateful she wasn't struck by a stray bullet.
Because, but God is so good, I'm still alive, you know?
Wow. Would you just say your name? The FN-57 is legal to buy and sell, but pretty hard to find, mostly in collector shops. It retails at $1,100, although its illegal street resale value would be more than 3 times that. And unfortunately, police tell us that usually when they see something like this once, chances are they'll be seeing it again. Reporting live from Area 1 Police Headquarters, Holly Gregory, WGN News.
Very unsettling, Holly. Thank you. A stolen vehicle, stolen car parts, and at least 3 arrests. That's what sources close to the case say they found in a tow yard. And that's not all. WGN's Julie Unruh is live outside Area 5 Police Headquarters. Julie.
Steve, the Chicago Police Bomb and Arson Unit was also called to Bridgeport today because detectives in search of stolen cars and stolen parts also stumbled upon some fireworks.
When you do a search warrant, you never know what you're going to find.
The find, 75 cases of fireworks. It was a bit of a surprise for the National Insurance Crime Bureau. The Chicago police hired the nonprofit organization to help bust this towing company at 31st and Troop. Agents with NICB as well as detectives from Area 5 spent the day with a search warrant in hand examining cars and tow trucks looking for stolen goods. Sources say they discovered 1 stolen car and lots of stolen parts being reused on the company tow trucks. Sources also tell WGN the owner of Collision Recovery was arrested, as well as several of his employees, and plenty of cars were towed off the lot.
It's a very unregulated or minimally regulated industry, and there's very little enforcement to keep tabs on it. So when you have those kinds of elements, you have certainly the potential for a lot of criminal activity.
Frank Scafidi says what detectives found today is not unusual. Scammers are doing it all the time, so consumers beware. A good deal on a used car could mean the car or the parts are hot. Some cars, Scafidi says, are towed right off the street without permission, making what looks like an everyday tow a crime.
That car is hitched up, towed away, taken to some other location or even out of state, where then it is given a brand new identity.
Now, the NICB says those cars often end up in the hands of unsuspecting buyers. Chicago police tonight are not returning our calls, but sources close to the case say that today's bust could just be the tip of the iceberg. The investigation continues. We're live at Area 5 Police Headquarters. Julie Unruh, WGN News.
All right, Julie, thank you. Bad weather is suspending the search for debris from a plane that plunged into Lake Michigan yesterday. Rough waves near Milwaukee's shores are keeping divers from hunting for bodies and wreckage from the plane that was carrying an organ transplant team from the University of Michigan. So far, enough remains have been found to identify 1 person, and DNA samples are being taken from relatives of the other victims in case any more are found. So far, small aircraft parts have washed ashore in 3 towns, but not much else.
We have recovered no major or large aircraft pieces, and we have not located the main body of the aircraft fuselage. We have also not located the cockpit voice recorder.
The Coast Guard is bringing a device to the crash site that can hone in on a plane's distress beacon underwater. It's hoped that that will lead to the aircraft's black box. The search will resume again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
A special fund is being established tonight to gather information about Lisa Stebick's disappearance. She's the missing mom from Plainfield. Her family released home video of Lisa this afternoon. She was last seen by her estranged husband on April 30th. Today, her family set up a special fund with the First National Bank of Chicago, First National Bank of Illinois. Now the public can donate money toward the reward fund that the family increased to $50,000 today.
If the money is never claimed as a reward, this money in this account will be converted to a 529 college fund for Lisa's 2 children.
Anyone with information about Lisa Stebick is asked to call police or go to findlisastebick.com.
Mayor Daley is urging state lawmakers to set aside their differences and work together to fund the programs most important to the people of Illinois, including education and public transportation. The mayor calls the budget deadlock in Springfield embarrassing.
I think it's embarrassing. Yes, it is embarrassing. I mean, it is embarrassing. But like anything else, if you get it done, everybody forget about the embarrassment.
Lawmakers are working overtime after failing to meet the deadline for a new state budget. They just can't agree. Under legislative rules, both Democratic and Republican votes are required to pass a spending plan.
And that means that both parties will be responsible for how we address public education and affordable health care and aggressively tackle the unfunded pension liability, which is now running close to $41 billion.
Democratic and Republican leaders of the House and Senate met today with Governor Blagojevich for budget negotiations.
It was the Democrats on Sunday. Tonight, America got a chance to see the Republicans vying for president, duke it out in the first primary state.
The man whose overseas plane trips set off a tuberculosis scare is getting closer to being allowed to leave his own hospital room.
And Jim Ramsey in the WGN Weather Center watching a nasty storm headed our way. Howdy, Jim. He's going to tell us when it's going to arrive. Coming up.
Saving the world from evil is hard. Fortunately, saving time and money on auto insurance can be easy. Quote by print. Instantly at Esurance. Take a fresh look at your auto insurance.
Visit esurance.com today.
After today, Timmy never referred to girls as icky again. Yeah, Timmy. Dare to dream.
Mosquitoes? Don't soak yourself with a sticky wet repellent. Stay dry with new Off Smooth and Dry. Its unique cornstarch formula dries on contact, so it's comfortable on your skin, unlike ordinary repellents. Feel the difference.
Wow.
With new Off Family Care Smooth and Dry. Feels good on, keeps bugs off. SC Johnson, a family company.
Need relief from constipation? Take Dulcolax and sleep on it. Dulcolax gives you gentle, effective relief overnight, while its comfort coating protects your stomach, so you feel like your natural self in the morning. Dulcolax, gentle, predictable relief.
Heartburn? Painful. Zantac. Okay. Zantac quickly relieves heartburn. Better? Completely. Zantac's fast. Heartburn? Yeah. Prescription? Slow. The leading prescription can take a day or more to fully work. Zantac. Better. Zantac's fast. For heartburn, Zantac's fast.
They've always brought you great rooms at great rates. And now, the experts at Hotels.com are the first to bring you flexible booking, which lets you change or even cancel your reservation without any fees from us. So you don't have to worry if your plans change. And with the lowest price guaranteed, you never have to worry about paying too much. That's what flexible booking is all about. Just log on or call our certified experts now to find out more. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
You're watching Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
2 days after Democrats debated in New Hampshire, the GOP took the stage. The Republican presidential candidates debated a range of issues from the Iraq War to immigration. Senator John McCain spoke at length about a bipartisan immigration reform bill that he's sponsoring in Congress. When McCain asked for other ideas, his fellow candidates were happy to oblige.
It is a serious national security problem. We need to act, my friends, and if someone else has a better idea, I'd love to have them give it to us.
Thank you, Senator. Hold on.
Yeah. The candidates also took questions from audience members. The Republicans' next debate may feature a new candidate. Former Tennessee Senator Fred Thompson is expected to enter the race in the coming weeks.
Senator Barack Obama attacked the Bush administration today for ignoring what he described as a quiet riot among African Americans. The presidential hopeful said nothing has been done to diffuse frustration that has been building the black community. Obama referred several times to the not-so-quiet riots in Los Angeles in 1992. 55 people died and thousands were hurt after days of rioting sparked by the acquittal of officers accused of beating Rodney King.
I remember the sense of despair and powerlessness in watching one of America's greatest cities engulfed in flames.
Obama said the violent riots and quiet struggles start in the same place with people who've lost hope. He said this situation is forming among blacks who are still displaced 20 months after Hurricane Katrina.
The vice president's former chief of staff was sentenced today to 30 months in prison. Louis Libby was given prison time for perjury and obstruction of justice. He was found guilty of lying about the outing of CIA operative Valerie Plame. Libby's attorneys plan to appeal the sentence. The judge will decide at a later date if Libby should be jailed during his appeal. Vice President Dick Cheney called this a deeply saddening tragedy. New details tonight about Andrew Speaker, the man quarantined for tuberculosis. His doctors say 2 new tests have come back negative. If a third test is also negative, he'll be allowed out of his hospital room to walk around a bit as long as he wears a mask. Doctors think his rare drug-resistant form of TB can be cured and could decide this week if Speaker should have surgery to remove infected tissue.
We're in for a chilly night tonight, but then temperatures are going to skyrocket.
It's about time. It's kind of chilly out there. Jim Ramsey says the warmest day of the year is coming up fast, and it could end with a bang. His forecast is next.
And the Sox try to keep the bang out of the Yankees lineup on the south side, shivering on the south side tonight.
Two-seam fastball right at the knees. Two-seam.
Can an odor-free cream stand up to your back pain?
You bet if it's Aspercream.
Aspercream is clinically proven to knock out the pain with the maximum strength formula that's odor-free. Arthritis pain stopped?
You bet if it's Aspercream.
Have you tried Honey Bunches of Oats yet?
One spoonful is all it takes.
Hi, would you like to try a spoonful?
This is delicious.
Honey Bunches of Oats.
Nice. It's a perfect combination of crispy flakes, crunchy oat clusters, and a touch of honey in every spoonful.
This really is a mouthful of joy.
Hey, that's my line.
My husband would love this. So what do you think? I love it. This is so good.
Would you like some? One spoonful is all it takes.
Ask your prescriber about Ambien CR, then call or visit AmbienCR.com for a 7-day free trial offer. It's the only sleep aid with 2 layers of sleep relief. The first dissolves quickly to help you fall asleep fast. Plus, unlike other sleep aids, there's a second layer that dissolves slowly to help you stay asleep. Ambien CR is a treatment option you and your prescriber can consider along with lifestyle changes and can be taken for as long as your prescriber recommends. Until you know how Ambien CR will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Be sure you're able to devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep before being active again. Somnambulism with amnesia for the event and rare cases of severe allergic reactions have been reported. If you experience these events, contact your prescriber immediately. Side effects may include next-day drowsiness, dizziness, and headache. It's non-narcotic. However, like most sleep aids, it has some risk of dependency. Don't take it with alcohol. Ambien CR for a good night's sleep from start to finish.
I show comparison rates from other insurance companies.
At Esurance, if we can't give you the best deal, we'll show you where you can and help you buy the policy right away.
Looks like the competition couldn't handle Esurance. Quote and compare. Visit Esurance.com today.
Finger and toe area fungal infections require strong medicine. As a pharmacist, I recommend Fungicure.
Fungicure liquid eliminates fungus around nails with powerful antifungal medicine. Just brush it on. It's clear and dries in a snap. Fungicure, the finger and toe fungi specialist.
WGN News is sponsored in part by Mrs. Butterworth.
Mrs. Butterworth, why do you taste so good?
Because I'm so thick and rich.
Can you show me?
See how much thicker I am than the other leading brand?
Wow, you really are thick. And I mean that in a good way.
So thick, so buttery.
And still just as sweet.
Welcome back. This is one night in June that feels more like October.
Very
it
chilly.
Does. Yes, it has been. We've had a strong wind off of Lake Michigan today, and that's pushed the cold air ashore. In fact, it's only in the low 50s at the moment. After a high today, 13 degrees below the normal. We made it up to 64 officially at O'Hare, and that was all. Time-lapse cameras caught a lot of cloud cover. We're still under that very stubborn upper air low pressure system. It's cycling clouds and even some passing showers over parts of the area today. But it finally is loosening its grip. So tonight we're expecting clear skies over the entire region with diminishing winds as a little bubble of high pressure comes in to take over. Now, temperatures at 10 o'clock, you can see across the area, mostly upper 40s to low 50s. Highs today, again in the 50s along Chicago's lakefront. A little warmer inland. Frankfurt got up to 70. Marseille's down to 71 for a high, and Pontiac at 77. Rainfall today, those little passing showers and occasional thunderstorms managed to put down more than a half an inch of rain in Rockford and about 3,700 out in Hoffman Estates. So some of those very impressive passing showers. But that's only part of what we're expecting. As you take a look at a 12-hour time-lapse picture of the showers as they push through southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. There is a storm cooking out to the west that is deepening, strengthening, is going to be producing some very strong winds around the Chicago area by day after tomorrow, shooting our temperatures up into the low 90s. Take a look at what it's already doing out in the Pacific Northwest. Parts of Montana presently under severe thunderstorm watches, as well as Wyoming and adjacent portions of South Dakota. Believe it or not, they're expecting up to 10 inches of snow in southwestern Montana. Look at the wind advisory areas for much of the Central Plains. A very potent storm, again, should make its way in here on Thursday, preceded by very warm temperatures and ending with maybe some big thunderstorms Thursday evening. Now, our computer models are showing this pattern of rainfall this storm is expected to provide from the northern Great Plains and northern Rockies right into parts of the Midwest. A little closer view shows that Chicago is in fact going to pick up something, but it may be a little slow in coming in the beginning. This will run through about Thursday morning, just before the main thrust of rainfall gets into the area, which we expect to begin sometime around 6 p.m. or so on Thursday evening. A moderate risk of severe storms exists just northwest of Chicago, Chicago under a slight risk. Now our forecast for tonight. The skies will continue clearing with low temperatures between 47 and 52 degrees. Lake breeze will be dying down 5 to 10 miles per hour at best, eventually becoming variable tonight. Then for tomorrow, the clouds will increase as warm air tries to build in late. There may be some evening thunderstorms. High temperature Wednesday in the 70s, falling off only to the low to mid 60s by tomorrow evening. Then Thursday, hot and humid, high temperature 91 to 95. Hottest air we've seen since August, with big thunderstorms Thursday into Friday. Then temperatures cool slightly and warm back up going through next weekend into the first part of next week. That promises to be one interesting storm as it passes through. Yeah. Some very impressive barometric pressure readings.
Should keep you busy in the Weather Center.
It may be.
Thank you, Jim. See.
All right. Well, the Vatican is going green. Some buildings in Vatican City will start using solar energy soon. Centuries-old landmarks like St. Peter's Basilica won't be touched, but an auditorium where the Pope holds audiences will be redone next year, adding panels to convert sunlight to electricity. Solar panels could be added to other Vatican buildings later on. These changes reflect Pope Benedict's concern about saving the Earth's resources. Sports is coming up after the local lottery drawing.
And believe it or not, a win over the Brewers will put the Cubs only 5.5 games back of first place.
And the White Sox get some good injury news as they take on the Yankees. Highlights and more coming up.
Sex in the City, late nights on Superstation WGN.
My favorite product is this cool little advanced solutions that makes my skin look noticeably younger.
Neutrogena Advanced Solutions at-home microdermabrasion system. A dermatologist-conducted study showed 100% of women showed fewer fine lines, 79% showed reduced deep wrinkles, 76% showed diminished age spots.
And it gets better every time I use it.
Advanced Solutions microdermabrasion system. For a $5 rebate offer, visit Neutrogena.com.
Live from WGN TV Chicago, the official drawing of the Illinois Lottery.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Kohlmeyer with your winning lottery numbers for Tuesday, June 5th, 2007. I wish you the very best of luck. Let's go with the first game. It's pick 3. The first lucky number is 5, followed by the second number, 3, and your third and final pick 3 is 8. That makes the winning pick 3 numbers for tonight, 5, 3, 8. Time for the pick 4 game. I hope you're getting into the spirit of summer, perhaps watching a ball game, jogging by the lake, or planning a vacation. Remember to include getting a lottery ticket, making your dreams come true. Back to pick 4. First lucky number is 2. Second number, 7. Your third lucky number, 9. And the fourth and final pick 4 for tonight is 3. That makes the winning pick 4 numbers for tonight, 2, 7, 9, 3. Okay, it's little out of time. Jackpot, $175,000. Get ready, get set. Let's go. The first winning little out of number for tonight is 21. The second, 13, followed by a third, 5. Up next is the fourth, 9, and the fifth and final little out of number, 8. That makes the winning little out of numbers for tonight, 21, 13, 5, 9, and 8. Hope those were your lucky numbers. I'm Linda Kohlmeyer. Good luck and good night.
Tonight's lottery drawing was brought to you by WGN TV and supervised by the accounting firm of Clifton Gunderson.
I'm Mark Goldston, Chairman and CEO of Net Zero. Look, we all know that every internet provider takes you to the same internet, so why pay more to get there? At Net Zero, we give you internet access at a great price, starting at $9.95 a month. You'll get features like pop-up blocker, virus protection, and the fastest surfing over dial-up. And Net Zero is risk-free with our 30-day money-back guarantee. All this for just $9.95 a month. Call 1-800-NET-ZERO or visit netzero.com.
Mosquitoes? Don't soak yourself with a sticky wet repellent. Stay dry with new Off Smooth and Dry. Its unique cornstarch formula dries on contact, so it's comfortable on your skin, unlike ordinary repellents. Feel the difference.
Wow.
With new Off Family Care Smooth and Dry. Feels good on, keeps bugs off. SC Johnson, a family company.
Doesn't need a better way to fake a good night's sleep. It needs a better way to sleep. At the touch of a button, Sleep Number beds adjust firmness to relieve pressure points, giving you more deep sleep. You can cure tired. Take control. Visit a select comfort store or call 1-800-SLEEP-NUMBER.
If I had ice cream, it would be like a shockwave, like a lightning bolt.
If you're one of the many people who suffer from painful tooth sensitivity, you need to know about Orajel Tooth Desensitizer. Just one treatment relieves painful tooth sensitivity for a whole month.
I had been using Sensodyne toothpaste, and I switched over to Orajel Tooth Desensitizer. I had no pain whatsoever. It was like a miracle.
Go to sensitivitygone.com for the facts about Orajel Tooth Desensitizer. Swab it on, sensitivity gone.
This product worked. It worked 100%.
Saving the world from evil is hard. Fortunately, saving time and money on auto insurance can be easy. Quote, by print. Instantly at eSurance. Take a fresh look at your auto insurance.
Visit esurance.com today.
When I'm riding, I can't let my allergy medicine put me in a fog. So I only ride Claritin Clear.
Claritin works hard to relieve my worst allergy symptoms for a full 24 hours. And it's proven to make me alert and focused, not drowsy.
When I get allergy relief and stay razor sharp, I'm ahead from start to finish.
Stay alert, stay focused, live Claritin Clear.
Now's your chance to win a perfectly clear day with a celebrity. Go to Claritin.com and enter the Claritin Perfectly Clear Day sweepstakes today.
Rich King is here now with sports, and finally, Rich, a little good news for the Sox in the personnel department anyway.
Not in the field, but off the field, we have some good news tonight. There's the White Sox and Yankees in Game 2 of their series on the South Side, but before the game, there was some good news from Scott Podsednik. He told reporters he'd begin a rehab assignment tomorrow in AAA Charlotte. Scott went on the DL April 17th with a strained groin muscle. He had been under the watchful eye of trainer Herm Schneider since then. There is no word on how long Scott will play in Charlotte, but everybody will have a close eye on his progress. But for now, so far, so good.
It's been feeling well. It's improving. It's moved along at a slow pace. I thought that I would be playing by this point, but like I mentioned earlier, each one of these injuries is its own thing, and they all react a little differently.
My problem is how he's ready to run. I mean, now it's a big step for us and for him. You know, now we know he's just ready to go and rehab, and hopefully when he got there, feel better.
And the Sox could have used Scott tonight. They grabbed the lead on the Yankees in Game 2 of the series in the fourth. Rob Makoviak a base hit, and Jermaine Dowell went around third base and scored to make it 1-0, but the roof caved in on Mark Burley in the sixth. Yankees got 4. A-Rod here with a big blow, a 2-run double to center. So after a nice win 24 hours ago, the Sox lose Game 2, the final 7-3. The Sox have now lost 8 out of 10. Burley did not get too much going tonight, losing a two-hitter in his last outing. Lost again. Mark is now 2-3. So for the 7th time, Mark goes for his 100th career win, and for the 7th time, he fails. And Ozzie is getting tired of waiting.
I just bought a bottle of champagne like 2 months ago for him. Now it's froze. Still waiting for it. I got to drink it tonight. And when he give one, I just get a hot one because he be sitting in my freezer for a little while. And I might drink it tonight.
Let's hope he enjoys it. The Cubs in Milwaukee again, where they once again found themselves in a big hole. And try as they make, the Cubs simply could not overcome this one. They lose Game 2 of an important series against the first-place Brewers. Lou Piniella again up in the press box serving Game 3 of his suspension.